All right, everyone, I'm going to call the meeting to order. Thank you very much. Yeah, it might be. Good point. All right, I'm going to call the meeting to order. Thank you. This is a Township Council and Conference meeting. This meeting is called pursuant to the provisions of the Open Public Meetings Act. This meeting was included in the annual notice of the meeting schedule as set forth in Resolution R-22-245, adopted by the Town Council at its regular meeting of December 20th, 2022, advertised in the official newspaper on December 29th, 2022, and January 5th, 2023, posted on the bulletin boards outside the municipal building, and has remained continuously posted there. In addition, a copy of the annual notice has been and is available to the public and is on file in the office of the Township Clerk. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Counselor Cummings?
Present.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Present.
Counselor Price Abrams? Absent. Counselor Russo?
Present.
Counselor Schlager?
Here.
Counselor Jacobellis?
Present.
Mayor Spiller?
Present. Thank you very much. We'll move the agenda with flexibility. First, as is the yearly occurrence, we'll start with the address, the state of the township. I do want to begin there. So as I begin today, and I think all of you will appreciate this, I am honored to address everyone in person this evening, and I'm excited to be able to do so in person, especially from where we've come. My fellow Montclair residents, the simple fact that we're able to meet together, face to face, is a true testament to how far we've come since 2020. And I sit here today with a renewed sense of optimism for the future of Montclair. Montclair continues to move forward. The results of our efforts are clear, and I am proud to report that the state of our township is strong. We have built a strong, sustainable foundation for our future. We've strategically managed our finances, invested in our infrastructure, supported our diverse and vibrant communities, and stayed true to our community values. Montclair continues to lead the way, but our work is not done. We face challenges, but I am confident that together we will overcome them, as we always have. Together we will continue to act on the values that define Montclair. These values make Montclair a destination for people looking for a great place to live, and our values are reflected in all that we have to offer. Our vibrant downtown, world-class arts, diverse culinary scene, improved parks, famous festivals, magnet schools, unique local businesses are just some of the reasons why people choose Montclair. There's something here for everyone. And it's a priority to ensure that all those who want to live here can do so. Affordable housing is a cornerstone of our community values. We know rising housing costs can diminish the diversity that defines our township. In particular, for our renters, unchecked rising rents could have forced out longtime residents who are an important part of the fabric of Montclair. That's why I am proud that we crafted a fair and equitable rent control ordinance this past year. It wasn't easy to get done, but it was the right thing to do and well worth the effort. The Tenants Association of Montclair, along with many resident advocates, worked tirelessly to help make this happen. I am grateful to all involved who came together at the table to reach an agreement that strengthens our community. Rent control is just one piece of affordability that we must work to ensure we live up to with our values. We continue to live up to those values as we continue to push for affordability with our recent work on accessory dwelling units and the continued work we do in other areas. I recognize as elected officials, we are responsible for so many of Montclair's resources. The decision we make today will continue to impact our community for generations, and that is a responsibility I do not take lightly. At the core of the resources that we must responsibly care for are our finances. Financial stability is a foundation for everything else that we want to do. Our decisions are based on making sure we have a balance, both short and long term in our investments, and with our bottom line of balancing our books and controlling costs. We must have a budget guided by our values and our priorities. I am very proud of the work we've done to secure sound financial footing for Montclair. At a time when many municipalities are seeing their debt rise year after year, we have successfully reduced our debt by more than $77 million. This reduction has helped us earn a AAA bond rating, the highest, most favorable, which translates into a savings for Montclair taxpayers and allows us to continue to making meaningful investments in our township. Together with my colleagues on the council, we are making strategic investments across Montclair. For example, we are improving the quality and safety of our roads and walkways for our drivers, cyclists, pedestrians, and all others who choose to walk and move through our township. We have sustainably increased the pace at which we are repaving our roads, making sure the funds are there, but we're also making sure that we move forward in installation of new curbs and paving throughout town. Since I have been elected in Montclair, we have paved 71 of the 83 miles of road throughout township, more than 85%, and we keep it as our priority as we finally catch up and are able to maintain that work. We installed new stop signs at key intersections to improve traffic flow and promote pedestrian safety. Working together with residents and transit officials and advocates, we ratified the creation of Montclair's first ever dedicated bike lane, because you've got to start somewhere. This year, we're going to continue making our roads safer for our cyclists and pedestrians. Even one traffic fatality is one too many. In order to reduce and ultimately eliminate accidents, we're evaluating Vision Zero as a program for our community. I, along with members of the council, recently met with county officials and others and advocates, including Deb Kagan and others who were so instrumental, by the way, in the Greenway project, to discuss the potential that this program has for Montclair. We are grateful for the collaboration at the county level with County Executive Joe DiVincenzo and Commissioner Brendan Gill, who have been instrumental partners in our efforts to improve traffic safety along our county roads. We all see that as we look at Bloomfield Avenue and the increased safety around pedestrian-only phases and other improvements. We will continue to look at additional measures to protect the walkability of our town, prioritizing the safety of those walking and biking, and creating equitable mobility for motorists and those using public transportation. And I want to thank everyone who has raised areas of concern and contributed to these efforts. In addition to our traffic calming measures, we responded to the need for more parking throughout town. The newly opened Midtown deck with 300 additional spaces has already increased parking capacity with access for all of our residents. Many of these projects are visible for those to see, but sometimes infrastructure improvements happen deep underground and out of sight. For example, critical improvements in our water infrastructure has been absolutely a necessary priority. More than once in the last year, Montclair has been at risk of experiencing water loss. In these cases, our township staff, including our Utilities Department, Department of Emergency Management, Department of Public Works, and the Montclair Fire Department, work together to keep our water flowing, and I thank them for their tremendous efforts. In October, throughout the crisis caused by the water main break in Nutley, I also was able to speak with Governor Murphy regularly, and the governor and his staff took every phone call and took every issue seriously, and they were able to provide support we needed to work through the issues. I again extend my gratitude to the governor and his staff. Most importantly, I want to thank all the residents of Montclair for how we responded during the state of emergency. Residents throughout Montclair responded to our call to action with reduced water consumption and helping us prevent loss for our community. While we avoided the worst-case scenario, the water emergency serves as an important reminder that our essential infrastructure must be upgraded and maintained. We are working with government partners at the county, state, and federal levels to leverage additional funding for these much-needed improvements. As part of the fiscal year 2023 federal budget, Montclair is receiving more than $2 million to rehabilitate Rand Well. This investment, along with many other improvements in our water delivery systems, will help Montclair's water infrastructure and help us meet our needs for today and for decades to come. I'd like to thank Congresswoman Mikey Sherrill, who was instrumental in securing these federal funds for our water projects. Alongside Congressman Payne, Senator Booker, and Senator Menendez, part of our team serving Montclair, Montclair is fortunate to have a strong federal delegation advocating for the needs of our community in Washington. Their advocacy and support has enabled us to make significant progress in town, and certainly and including with our parks and our water and our other infrastructure. Using federal funds, we've nearly completed the upgrades that we've seen, Nishwain, Edgemont, Essex Park, and enhanced accessibility, and we've provided new equipment and updates to our pools. And beyond, not only our pools, we now see we have a skate park in Rand Park with more to come at that site. Right, Councilwoman Schlager? I know you've been working on that a while. Investing in our outdoor spaces supports the health and well-being of our community, but our work is far from complete. I plan to continue advocating at all levels of government for increased funding for infrastructure. Our need is great, but our efforts are greater. And through hard work and diligence, we will continue to look forward to the next projects that will benefit residents. One of those projects that we all are looking to discuss as a community is Lackawanna Plaza. For nearly 8 years, Lackawanna Plaza has remained virtually vacant, depriving residents of easy access to quality, affordable supermarket, among many other lost opportunities. After several start and stop efforts to revitalize the site, Montclair now has an opportunity to realize a new vision for Lackawanna Plaza and meet the needs of our community. Throughout the process, we are engaging with and listening to the community because your input matters and is impactful. I want to thank all my colleagues on the council for their hard work on this issue. We have had a number of community meetings on the project, including ones hosted by Councilor Cummings, another I hosted with Councilor Yacobellis and Councilwoman Price Abrams, and the discussions have been robust, substantive, and cordial. We continue to listen with care to residents' concerns and questions at our public meetings and those submitted by email. Taking the time to engage with all interested parties improves the process and final plans. The developer, a Montclair resident, is equally as committed to listening to community input. I am confident that while we may not all agree on everything and get everything everyone wants, in the end, Lackawanna Plaza will provide access to a quality supermarket locally, include much-needed affordable housing, and be a vibrant hub for our community. As I'm sure you will agree, vibrancy continues to blossom as a world-renowned event, attracting some of Hollywood's biggest stars, shining a spotlight on our township, and bringing businesses here and customers to the businesses we have. One of my favorites also, the Montclair Jazz Festival. The highlight is a highlight of the summer, bringing together our community with people from across the state and region for some of the best music anywhere. Along with the festivals, we have programs for our youth, such as jazz kids and classes at Vanguard Theater, and we're nurturing the next generation of creativity and artists. The creative scene is one that prides itself on being inclusive as well. In 2022, we hosted for the first time ever the Montclair Pride Festival. Thank you to Out Montclair and Councilmember Peter Yacobellis for the work to make this event a reality. It was a tremendous success, and we're looking forward to the festival again this year. And the AAPI celebrations, including during AAPI Heritage Month and the Lunar New Year festivities, are helping us to note and be a destination, an event where people come from across New Jersey to learn about how we celebrate diversity. From local authors, painters, photographers, and musicians, Montclair boasts an arts and entertainment scene that rivals major cities many times our size. As a municipal government, we recognize the value of arts and appreciate the rich culture that grows from supporting our arts. We will continue to invest, support, and honor our arts at the core as part of our community. All of this is possible because of our engaged and generous residents, along with the hard work of municipal employees. And I want to make sure we take a moment to recognize our municipal employees who did so much and do so much for us every day. The past 2 years have presented unique challenges in governing at all levels. Now, as we emerge from the pandemic, I think it's an appropriate time for us to evaluate and improve our operations as well. Last October, I called for a full review of our township operations to identify areas where we can be more effective, efficient, and responsive to our residents. As we do that work, let me be clear on one thing. Public employees and all who represent and serve our community must be held to the highest professional standards that reflect the values of our township. We must provide an environment in which employees can confidentially report any behavior that is not acceptable, and we take every single complaint seriously. That is why I moved to hire experts to ensure a strong and healthy workplace culture with clear expectations of professional behavior, appropriate training for all employees, and establish better protocols moving forward. I'm looking forward to prioritizing Culture Up's recommendations and towards seeing these goals come to fruition. As always, we will follow the guidance of our town attorney and others in order to protect the confidentiality and integrity of the residents and members of our team and independent investigations that need to move forward. I'm confident that together we will live up to our values. Montclair residents are never shy about standing up for our values. In our activism, we don't just talk the walk, we walk the walk. Our community speaks out on issues of conscience and values, whether it's at the local, state, national, or international level. And for that, I am thankful. Last year, when the U.S. Supreme Court overturned Roe v. Wade, we came together in solidarity and protest. We gathered in front of Planned Parenthood Metropolitan in New Jersey with advocates from across the state to reaffirm our commitment to reproductive freedom and the fundamental right to access abortion care. And in November, we turned out in force, using our votes and our voice to show our values and resoundingly send our congressional representatives back to Washington. You and all of us played our part yet again. Last March, nearly 1 year ago, when we watched in horror as Vladimir Putin launched an unprovoked invasion of Ukraine, Montclair came together to stand on the side of democracy. We repeatedly have come together to support Ukrainian communities in New Jersey as they care for their families and loved ones. We've severed our symbolic sister-sister relationship with a Russian town, and we see our solidarity across this town with the Ukraine flag flying proudly. As we come to the one-year mark of the Russian invasion of Ukraine, I know you join me in our continued prayers for the people of Ukraine and for peace. But sadly, we are not just witnesses to hate on the other side of the world. Unfortunately, we see hate and acts of injustice not only here but across the nation and here at home too. We have watched and continue to watch in horror of the unprovoked beating of Tyree Nichols in Memphis. We know that many of us have marched yet again in protest. As we celebrate Black History Month, I want to honor the memory of Tyree Nichols as I do George Floyd, Breonna Taylor, and so many others. I'm sure you join me in prayer that we do not have to add more names to that list. We must continue to acknowledge that here in Montclair, we are not immune to hate crimes and threats of violence either. In the past few months, we have seen anti-Semitic graffiti scrawled on playground equipment, a statewide threat and a warning to synagogues, and just last week, in Temple near Tamid, in a neighboring town of Bloomfield, the terrifying incident of a firebomb being thrown at the synagogue in the middle of the night. It is a relief that no one was physically injured in these attacks, but they unquestionably and intentionally are there to stoke fear and anxiety. Once again, though, Montclair rises to the moment and shows our support for our Jewish neighbors and friends and for our family. Let me be clear. Hate in any form has no home in Montclair. And I am proud to live in a community that shares those values and lives by those words every single day. We will continue to work on every front to keep our residents safe in our homes, in our places of worship, and in our community. Our shared values bring us together. We embrace our diversity as a strength, and that does mean that we don't always have to agree. But we face our challenges head on, and together we do the hard work. We stand up for what is right, and together we will be successful. I want to thank you all for joining in this important work because it is a work that the whole community engages in. It is my privilege to work alongside you as mayor, and I thank you, and I thank God, and I hope God continues to bless Montclair and the United States of America. Thank you very much. And as we end, thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. And as I end there, I do also want just to take just a moment of silence. We all know that oftentimes we are in so many ways consumed with issues and events happening right here in Montclair, and rightfully so. But we also see things that happen on a world scale. And as we know right now, with so much loss of life with the recent earthquake and following tremors that we've seen, I'd ask that we take a moment of silence for all those lives lost, the search and rescue efforts that continue, and of course the work that is going to be needed after for all those affected. Thank you. Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it. Next, I'd like to move to proclamations. So can I ask Councilman Cummings, would you do the honors, please? If anyone would like, there's some seats up front over here, too. I see some people in the back. If you would like some seats, there's plenty of seats over here, too. Thank you.
It is with great pleasure that I recognize an individual in town for Black History Month for his outstanding community service. Stanley White, will you please come up here? My Aunt Betty is 94 years old, and Stanley lives catty corner to her, and he is taking care of her with rides, sitting down with her, and just being a son. And the thing is, she's not the only one. There are members here from Dewdrop Inn. Can you all stand, please?
Dewdrop Inn.
You can ask them of the many rides and things that Stanley has done for them. So I take great humble but pride in reading this proclamation for you. Recognizing Stanley White for his outstanding community leadership. Whereas the Township of Montclair is known for its diversity and its undeniable black history, having been on the forefront of education reform with the creation of the magnet school system and its long-standing commitment to fighting discrimination as evident by the 1966 Rice Force Board of Education lawsuit that led to desegregation of the Montclair Public School District. The collective power of the black community is a significant component to the township's celebrated recognition for its diversity nationally and regionally, recognized for its strong historical community action and leadership in providing its residents an environment where my brother's keeper is not a slogan but a way of life. And whereas, as president of the Montclair Martin Luther King Jr. Scholarship Committee, Stanley White has coordinated the annual Martin Luther King Jr. Scholarship Breakfast that on January 17, 2023, celebrated its 34th year. Continuing to raise funds to provide over $250,000 in scholarships to graduates of Montclair High School. When Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. spoke at Montclair High School on September 11, 1966, Mr. White served as an usher during the event. He makes sure every scholarship recipient received a photo of Dr. King sitting on a chair inside the band room before delivering his speech that day. And whereas White's community service extends far beyond the MLK Scholarship Committee, he is on the board of the Montclair Neighborhood Childhood Center. White is also a member of the Do Drop In Senior Group at Wally Choice Community Center. He is known for helping senior residents, whether they need a ride to the supermarket, doctor's office, church, or simply someone to talk to. The 1969 graduate of Montclair High School attended Nishawane Elementary and Hillside Junior High. He studied mathematics at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, graduating in 1973. He then went on to get his master's in mathematics at Stanford University. Professionally, White is a former senior tech trainer at AT&T School of Business. And whereas White's piano skills makes him a sought-after organist, and his dedication to serve and support many Montclair residents is well known. And whereas for his continued support of children, adults, and numerous civic organizations throughout Montclair, White's gentle demeanor and calm nature represents a true gentleman whose reputation is only matched by his character and love for his hometown and many friends. And whereas, as the nation celebrates Black History Month to honor and recognize the contributions of many black citizens who paved the way to make America a better nation, Stanley White exemplifies all those traits as a citizen and resident of Montclair. Now, therefore, the Mayor and Council of the Township of Montclair hereby extend our heartfelt thank you to Stanley White for his spirit and gracious support for all residents and appreciate his outstanding service to our community. Please, if you'd like to say a few words, you can. But this is for you.
Okay.
God bless you.
I thank you for this, even though I'm not sure who this is. In regards to the Dr. Martin Luther King Scholarship Fund, I just coordinated, as happened on Monday, January the 16th. It's the Township of Montclair that makes that work. After 2 years, because of COVID, not having an in-person breakfast, the board was a little leery about were we going to get participation, were we going to get people to attend. Montclair supported that financially and physically with your presence like we've never seen it before. I do have to make one announcement since this is on TV. There is another group that gets little compliment and notice. That's the Montclair Scholarship Fund. They coordinate the scholarship program at the high school. The application is currently available for all Montclair High School seniors. If they Google the Montclair Scholarship Fund, it will come up. Directions for filling out that application is there. It is through their work that the Dr. Martin Luther King Scholarship Program, as well as other scholarship programs that are given out at the annual Seniors Awards Assembly gets filled with applicants from Montclair High School. So if you know of a high school senior, or if you are one, or connected to one, let them know the application is available. It needs to be completed by the first week of March. And thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Next, we have a proclamation. As I know, we all certainly are supportive of standing against book bans. There is work that's being done in that space, and a number of communities have come together for that work. Councilman Alcabelos, would you please?
Thank you, Mayor. And 2 summers ago, and I never thought that we'd be addressing this issue locally in New Jersey and in the United States. 2 summers ago, I visited the Empty Library Memorial in Berlin, where the first book burning took place in May of 1933. And it's ironic that 2 years later, not even 2 years later, we're facing calls to ban books in neighboring towns. So this is a proclamation in support of Glen Ridge United Against Book Bans. Whereas the freedom to read is essential to our democracy and reading is among our greatest freedoms, privacy is essential to the exercise of that freedom, and the right to privacy is the right to open inquiry without having the subject of one's interest examined or scrutinized by others. The freedom to read is protected by our Constitution. And whereas some individuals, groups, and public authorities work to remove or limit access to reading materials, to censor content in schools, to label controversial views, to distribute lists of objectionable books, quote unquote, or authors, and to purge libraries of material reflecting the diversity of society. And whereas both governmental intimidation and the fear of censorship cause authors who seek to avoid controversy to practice self-censorship, thus limiting our access to new ideas. And whereas every silencing of a hearsay, every enforcement of an orthodoxy diminishes the toughness and resilience of American society and leaves it less able to deal with controversy and difference. And whereas Americans favor free enterprise in ideas and expression and can be trusted to exercise critical judgment, to recognize propaganda and misinformation, and to make their own decisions about what they read and believe, and to exercise the responsibilities that accompany this freedom. And whereas intellectual freedom is essential to the preservation of a free society and a creative culture, and whereas conformity limits the range and variety of inquiry and expression on which our democracy and our culture depend. And whereas Glen Ridge United Against Book Bans celebrates the freedom to choose books to all who wish to read them. And I want to thank them for reaching out to, I know, the mayor on social media. They reached out to me throughout Montclair and my team at Out Montclair for focusing on this. They've been great, and it's so sad that we have to be doing this. But now, therefore, the mayor and council of the Township of Montclair hereby support Glen Ridge United Against Book Bans in their effort to fight against banning books and encourage all libraries and bookstores to acquire and make available materials representative of all of the people in our society now and forever. And I so move.
Second. I'm going to say it's thank you, Councilman, and certainly I know it's reflective of our values to move that proclamation. And something that, unfortunately, as you know as well, we see so often in many of our schools throughout the state, and in a space where it's been a constant battle. You think it's some faraway place that this is happening. It's a town over. It's 2 towns over, and it's constant vigilance to make sure that we push back and say, no, you should have access to everything. And again, we're, I think, symbolic of that in this community. Don't have to agree, but you want different perspectives in the space. You want people to feel safe when they see themselves, read about themselves, read about their accomplishments and contributions, and of course want to learn about diverse views as well. So important work, important in our schools, important in our communities, and certainly we stand in support. So thank you for that. Next, moving forward, I'm going to open it up to the approval of the minutes. Next, approval of minutes. There have been presented the minutes of December 6, 2022, and I so move.
Second.
Are there any questions, corrections, or additions? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? There's a little yes vote from the crowd. Is that what that was? Yes. I like it. Madam Clerk, make sure the record notes that we've got an extra yes on that one. Next, we'd like to open up to public comment. All speakers must complete the sign-in sheet next to the podium before addressing the council. Please limit your comments to 3 minutes, and certainly I'll hold everyone to 3 minutes pretty exact tonight to make sure everyone has an opportunity. So 3 minutes. If you wish to comment on pending ordinance listed in the agenda, please make your comment during the public hearing of that and for that ordinance. With that, I will open up for public comment.
My name is Milt Horowitz. I live in Montclair for 53 years. I live at 17 Madison Avenue. I stand before you as a very angry resident. There are two issues that are extremely important to me. The way that women have been abused in this town and the severe overdevelopment of this town, the green space disappearing, the air that we breathe is poisoned. It's just, words don't describe the reality of how a developer can bring in 325 units while residents of this town are forced out at the same time. It doesn't make sense. It's just totally inappropriate. And all the words, Mr. Mayor, I appreciate all the words that you said, but actions are more important. And the action is that this town is deteriorating at a very fast rate. I've seen too much. My wife worked here for 20 years. She retired as a deputy clerk. She here in this town was harassed by a former person who was in charge of the financial unit where she worked. She ultimately, with my insistence, filed a complaint. It is time that these women speak up and make sure that there are consequences for the abuse that is rendered in this town. We lived in Texas where my wife couldn't get a library card without my permission. She couldn't get a job without my permission. She couldn't walk into a bar as a married woman of 21 years old without my permission. This is outrageous. And when we came back here and lived in New Jersey, I made sure that she had her own right as a human being, let alone as a woman. And it is time that this has changed here in this municipality. I worked in Ramapo College, and I worked with the grievances that women brought. I won every single case against those women that they brought grievances. And it's time. I saw when I taught at Ramapo College in the Saturday College, women would come in battered by their husbands because they wanted an education. This is outrageous behavior, and it continues to this day, and it's time to stop. I wish and I hope that you do the right thing and forthwith dismiss Mr. Stafford as manager of this town. And the other issue I would like to speak to is this business about this overdevelopment of this town. In other countries, there is a limit to how much development is permitted.
I'm going to hold you to the time. We've got a lot of people ready to speak. Unfortunately, I didn't know it before 3 minutes. But thank you so much. Thank you.
Mayor, I'd like to comment, please. So with advice from my attorneys, tonight I'm going to be passing around a resolution to call for the immediate termination of Tim Stafford. We have an obligation to do what's in the best interest of the township. This has been a massive distraction that needs to end.
Excuse me, can I interrupt for 1 second?
No, you cannot. Excuse me. I still have.
This is you're discussing a personnel matter in public.
Excuse me.
It's inappropriate
I am
to do
exercising.
that, and
I am exercising my freedom of speech.
It's inappropriate for you to
Thank
do
you
that,
very
and
much.
You're putting the town at risk.
I'm exercising my freedom of speech. Thank you. Mr. Stafford's attorneys have attacked our own employees in the press. We have 4 women, 2 who have filed lawsuits, and 2 who have issued sworn statements on the record saying that they have been harassed and this has been a hostile work environment. We, as a government, this council, and I don't care if any of you think I'm grandstanding, I believe this, I feel this. We sit atop. There's a reason we have attorneys who report to us, and advisors who report to us, and policymakers who report to us. There's a reason government is designed to have civilians sit atop the whole structure, the whole hierarchy. It's because at the end of the day, we're supposed to take and consider all of that advice, and we are supposed to make the best decision for the people of this town and for our employees. And we have an obligation to do that. We have an obligation to overrule legal advice and counsel, to do what we feel is best and what is right and what the people have elected us to do. So I am therefore making a motion to introduce a resolution that, in summary, would dismiss Tim Stafford immediately, terminated, effective immediately.
I will second the motion. Which I would like to read in its complete, it's only a few sentences, but you need to hear this. Whereas the township believes that all employees deserve to be treated with dignity and respect, whereas the township, through its affirmative action officer, conducted an internal investigation concerning a personnel matter, and whereas on October 17th, a lawsuit was filed by Padmaja Rao in the Superior Court of New Jersey Law Division, Essex County, concerning the Montclair Township Manager, and whereas on October 28th, a lawsuit was filed by Juliet Lee, our former deputy clerk in the Superior Court of New Jersey, concerning the same manager, and whereas in January of this year, 2 former employees, Katie York and Celia Tremulak, submitted sworn statements to the court affirming accusations similar to the ones made by Ms. Rao and Ms. Lee. And whereas the mayor and council of the Township of Montclair considers these to be extraordinary circumstances requiring extraordinary action, now be it thereby resolved by the Township Council of the Township of Montclair that Township Manager Timothy Stafford is hereby removed from suspension and terminated effective immediately.
Mayor? Mayor, if I may, yeah, my mic is on. I would request or suggest that the council be moved to executive session immediately so that we can discuss these matters. As I noted, there are personnel matters. It's a personnel matter. Mr. Stafford is an employee of the Township of Montclair. 2, the motion violates the statute on removal of a township manager, 40:69A-93. It's inappropriate and improper. So I would suggest right now that
you're saying it violates the statute?
Yeah, for removal of a manager, 40:69A-93 lays out the process for removal. And at this point in time, without going any further into those matters, we should move to executive session to have discussions about individuals' conflicts of interest and also about the topic of a personnel matter.
Okay. Well,
I believe we have a motion on the table that's been moved and seconded.
It has, so I'll make a motion over that motion to move into executive session to hear what you have to say. I would like to hear what that is. And I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded.
There you go.
All in favor of executive...
There you go.
Hold on. All in favor of executive session, please say aye. Aye. Opposed?
No.
No.
All right, the ayes have it. We'll go up for exec. Let's hear what you have to say, Mr.
We'll take it upstairs.
Mr.
Wait a
Burr.
minute, wait a
and
minute,
if
wait a
you
minute.
have-
Why are we going upstairs? Why are hundreds of people out here to have to wait for us to come downstairs again?
Bob, we have to...
Let us speak. Let us speak. Let us speak. Let us speak.
I'll table it. I'll table it if we want to let them speak. Why don't we just table it?
Exec session.
Table it?
Why don't we come out of exec session and table this?
I don't think that you raised it, so... And thank you, everybody. Obviously, if we get something that we hadn't seen, we want to discuss that. And of course, based on advice of our council, we also want to make sure we're not putting the township in any position that's none of us want to. That is not effective in terms of anything we'd all want to accomplish, whatever that may be in path. So we want to make sure we're following the laws.
Right.
Certainly, I think everybody here does.
Correct.
And specifically,
Mayor,
right?
as
No matter
we-
anyone's intention.
As we discussed, it'd be.
I can't hear you. I can't.
Yeah, my mic is on. As was discussed, the resolution that was being introduced was not appropriate. It was illegal pursuant to the statute for removal. It wouldn't be the appropriate time. It's not proper to discuss personnel matters in public, and I would suggest and advise that the council move in a different course.
Well, I will say this. I know that it's under Robert's rules. You can't move an illegal action. But that said, I do know that there is an executive session scheduled tonight to discuss this matter and to get more information. Councilman Iacobelos, I think, as you know too, heard that upstairs. So I'd ask you've heard what the attorney noted on this piece. Your thoughts on this piece?
Yeah, Mayor, I mean, I do disagree with the attorney's assessment in terms of the legality of our action. But however, that said, and with the commitment that we will vote tonight to remove the manager or not, we will go upstairs in executive session when this meeting is over, and we will come up with the terms for removal under the Faulkner Act. And we will have that vote tonight. So I'm not backing off of my commitment. Bob just has to stay here to definitely be a second or vice versa, but that's the plan. So I'm withdrawing my motion from earlier.
Okay, motion is withdrawn. We'll move forward with public comment.
Excuse me, Mayor. I'd like to say something, because I had the resolution that I was going to put forward 3 months ago prepared, which is under the Faulkner Act, exactly what the town attorney talked about. It's under the act that allows us to take the steps, which I wanted to do 3 months ago, and no one wanted to do it. But the steps are there. It gives the manager certain rights. It has legal authority. It's as the attorney wants us to do everything legally. But I'm very concerned tonight because, again, we are going to go upstairs and discuss this, yes, but we might not be down till midnight again, see? And what I don't like to see as a political science teacher of government and the Constitution is that you all have to wait and wait and wait to get results and to hear from us, and we need to hear from you. So I'm going to do my best to stick with this, and my wife is here to try and keep me calm, but I'll tell you, I am god darn angry tonight.
You can't withdraw a motion without the second being withdrawn.
Please proceed.
During your comments today, not once was the seniors mentioned. We are a large voting bloc, and we are getting tired of being dismissed. We are important to this town. Serve us like you serve everyone else. I have been asking for a pedestrian crossing in front of a senior building. You have pedestrian crossings in front of schools. Children move faster than seniors. It is time that you listen to us. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I'd like to respond to my friend who just spoke, because she looked at me quite a bit. I am 75 now. My wife didn't realize that when we got married when I was about 41. And now I'm 75. And I'm a senior in a town that has maybe 1/4 of the population or more are seniors, depending on how you define it. And if anybody realizes this, it would be Ann LaPelle and others that have been in senior organizations, that I've been fighting for 20 years since I was mayor to get a senior center, that I've been fighting for all of these things that seniors need. And we still don't have a director of senior services here. And I keep saying that the manager that night, when I argued with him, I wanted the senior services director concluded, and it's still not done. So what are we doing here? Why are these things not getting done? It's a management issue, and I'm going to continue to say this. We need to change the form of government to a more council-dominant government, not a manager-run government.
Good
Please.
evening. My name is Gwenda E. Williams. I reside at 340 Orange Road, South End Gardens, senior housing. I want to address what the former woman just said, but I want to read this email that I sent to Councilor Cummings on December the 6th, 2022. Councilor Cummings, it's just a matter of time before something so terrible could go wrong in front of our senior complex. The northbound traffic from the light at Cedar Avenue and Orange Road race with the eastbound traffic from Cedar Avenue, which puts our seniors in harm's way. They cannot cross the street safely, especially our seniors in wheelchairs and walkers. The urgent need for a pedestrian crosswalk is needed to enforce the 25-mile speed limit on Orange Road, especially in front of 340 Orange Road, where seniors live. Councilor Cummings, let's address this extremely important matter, the safety of our seniors, sooner than later. Now, about 2 months ago, Essex County at Large Commissioner Brendan Gill, a lifelong Montclair resident, was disturbed after a car struck a pedestrian at the intersection of Upper Mountain Avenue and Normal Avenue. Why wait? Why wait for something like this to happen in front of 340 Orange Road? Councilor Cummings, please be disturbed like Brendan Gill was disturbed, and let's work together for the safety of our seniors and stay focused. We need a pedestrian crosswalk. Thank you. Thank you.
May I just respond? This is the beauty of Montclair. That's my first cousin calling me out in front of all of them.
That's the cousin.
Thank you. I'm here to ask that we know the name of the supermarket that is coming into the Lackawanna Plaza. It's so important to the development of the project. We need to know what their hiring practices are. We need to know what the policies are with regard to the community. And if, for example, it might be Amazon, then we need to know the long-term viability of whatever the supermarket is that's coming in there, regardless of what it is. So no matter how many discussions that we're having, until we have an opportunity to reflect on what the supermarket is and that they're going to serve the community, that the neighbors that are near there and the rest of the community, and not just be there to bring other people from outside, it's really not serving us to the best of the ability. That's point number one. Number two is I'd like to ask, please, that if there are any council members that in any way may be perceived to have a conflict of interest regarding their ability to vote on the Lackawanna, that they please recuse themselves, whether that be through an organization, whether that be through any monies that may have been discussed at some point in time, or whatever, because for some reason, I'm feeling as though good people that are up here representing us are not really hearing us. And when I was trying to figure out why, I just said, let me just ask, please, that if that might be any of you, you think about it, and please take that opportunity to recuse yourself. Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
Good evening. My name is Ricky Patel. I am a pharmacist, and I've owned... Sorry, can you hear me better? Okay. I am a pharmacist and have owned Grove Pharmacy for about 10 years now. I also co-own Citrus NJ, a company that applied to operate a Class 5 cannabis retailer at our proposed facility at 586 Bloomfield Ave, a vacant building that was formerly a Dunkin' Donuts. On this Thursday evening from 7 p.m. to 8:30 p.m., Citrus is hosting an open public forum at Montclair Film Cinema 505. The forum is to discuss the types of cannabis establishments coming to Montclair, Montclair's cannabis ordinance, and the safety and security of such cannabis establishments. This event is being led by two experienced cannabis attorneys, one of whom is our Chief Compliance Officer. We invite interested residents of Montclair to join us this Thursday evening at 7 p.m. at Cinema 505 to learn more about cannabis establishments and any questions that residents may have. Thank you.
Hi, Don Zeef, 143 Eagle Rock Way in Montclair. Good evening. I come here tonight as a trustee of Montclair Film. I come here about item number 14 on the new business agenda. It's a resolution awarding a plenary retail liquor license under the historical method. I'm here, as I emailed many of you, actually I emailed all of you today. We're just asking that it be moved from the new business to be put on the agenda in next meeting, February 21st, to tonight. If you can, to take action on it tonight. All that does, and I'm going to turn it over to our attorney in a minute. All that does, to cut to the chase, is to authorize you to put an ad in the paper to invite people to apply for the plenary license. There's a process that takes place by which that happens, and I know Mr. Burr, our attorney Lisa Barad, have had conversations about it. I'll turn it over to her.
Hi, my name is Lisa Barada. I'm an attorney with CSG Law, and I'm here to discuss and ask that the council move discussion agenda item 14 to a vote this evening. The process for issuance of a nonprofit theater license, which is an exception to the population cap in the same way a hotel motel license is an exception, is for a series of 3 municipal resolutions to be passed. The first one is just authorizing Montclair to advertise in the paper that you would accept applications. And applicants will apply. You'll review those applications. You will award a license through a resolution process, and then there's an investigation done, and then there's the issuance of the license. This matter, agenda item number 14, will allow the notice to be published in the paper as soon as possible, and there'll be a 30-day period by which we can apply. As you recall, the ordinance was amended last fall to allow for the issuance of 3 of these licenses. And as you all know, the license is for a nonprofit theater, and Montclair Film at the Claridge qualifies under the statute. So we're just asking for you to move this matter to a vote this evening. Thank you.
I would like to move that we do that, Mayor. Take number 14 off of discussion and make it a resolution for tonight.
If you have any questions, I'm here.
Hi there. I'm Ann Lapel. I've lived in this town for over 40 years. I'm now a resident at 10 Crestmont Road. And I've come here, Mayor, to stand up for what's right. And I urge you to stand up for what's right, for human decency, and not to reinstate a man who has proven himself to be less than what we need in professional behavior. We have had open evidence. This is no longer a private matter. These cases have been brought to the public. We have seen what this particular gentleman has done and the people who supported him. And we want to see this town get back to its true values. And we want to see cohesion in this community and not the kind of outbursts and discomfort that we've seen tonight. Let's move on. We have something to take care of. Let's take care of it in the right way. Let's clean house. That's the first item I want to talk about. The second thing I want to stand up for what is right, is age diversity. We talk about being a diverse town. It's not just economic diversity. It's not just racial diversity. It is age diversity. Elizabeth Wilkerson said in her book, Caste, there is one caste nobody will get away from, and that's ageism. And ageism is all over our society. The fact that a state of the township address could be made and not one mention of the senior community is ageism. The fact that we do not have budget equity for 25% of the population is ageism. Budget equity does not mean budget equality. It does not mean that we're taking money away from schools, from fire, from police. It means that it is your burden to find a way to grow the pie so that there is an equitable share. Budgets are narratives. They tell you what the community values. When anybody looks at the budget of Montclair and sees that less than 0.5% goes to 25% of the population, that is the people over the age of 55, what value system does that reflect? Shame on you. Now, there is a petition being circulated that actually asks for budget equity, and we intend to collect as many signatures as possible, and we will present that to you before the next meeting. We know that you make decisions about budget in February. This is the moment when you can rise to the occasion and find a way to increase the pie so that the seniors in Montclair have budget equity. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And specific to two of the things I did note, the rent control ordinance specifically to assist seniors, where we created a rent control cap for seniors that is lower than anyone else. And our accessory dwelling units, which we're working on, and we just did as well, specifically to allow people to age in their homes, et cetera. But we do include all of that, and certainly even as we work with the county on any new facilities and other places as part of our discussions around seniors. But please, go ahead.
Good evening, Mayor and
Good to see
Council. I just have a few comments. My name's Andrew O'Toole. I live at 48 South Willow Street, and I'm a New Jersey professional landscape architect. In regards to the overnight parking on Union Street, the signs are confusing, and there's a lot of sign clutter. There are 4 to 5 on one post, making it difficult to understand what the ordinance is. I've attempted to work with the DPW in order to get the signs cleared up multiple times, almost for 2 years. Yet it seems to be in the process always between the legality of it and the ordinance. The ordinance, from what I've read, is very clear. It's just the signs are confusing, and I've discussed the way that it could be, signage could be done so it's clear and precise, where there's 6 nights of the week on one side of the street and 1 night of the week on the other side of the street, so that street sweepers can go by and clean up the street debris. The second issue is I've heard that and I've observed that Claremont Avenue in Fullerton gets backed up going east-west, and there's discussion about having a study to determine whether you could make a left-hand turn lane. With the space that's there, I think another option would be to look into staggering the light north-south. So you have all of the southbound traffic going, northbound held, and then switch it so that the southbound goes and the north goes. So there's no conflict with making lefts there. They can move smoothly. Also, Bloomfield Avenue crossings, going east and west, or north and south again, crossing Bloomfield Avenue. All of the new lights are very long for Bloomfield Avenue, and you're waiting for 4 minutes at South Willow Street to get to North Willow Street. Elm Street, Grove Street is just as long. And when you cross from Gates to Lackawanna Plaza at 5 in the morning, that light never trips. I always have to make the right on red. Thank goodness they removed that sign that you can make the right on red there. And in regards to Lackawanna Plaza redevelopment, I was wondering if an environmental impact study has been requested, because they are building over a stream. thinking outside of the box as a landscape architect, I think that stream should be daylighted, meaning expose it again and remove all of the overhead structure to it, make that into a public park. That way you have a public park near Bloomfield Avenue, so that during the Jazz Festival, if you wanted to get away to some place that is a little less crowded with benches, and you could sit down, relax, and have your food, and still listen to some of the jazz music. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. I am Norma Tassi, and I live at 7 Southern Terrace. I'm a lifelong Montclair resident, and I've came to share a couple things with you. I'm in favor of the development at Lackawanna Plaza. I'm very afraid that if this project doesn't get a green light, we're headed for a repeat of the Haynes situation, where an anchor building on Church Street stood unoccupied from 1989 to 2006. Following that protracted vacancy, the development that was done with low design standards, poor workmanship, and unstable retail. This project that's under consideration now has a lot going for it, not the least of which is that we don't have to beg the developer to adhere to our inclusionary zoning laws. In fact, this project includes more affordable and workforce housing than the ordinance calls for. The one thing that does need saying, though, is that Montclair needs an easy-to-read spreadsheet that details the economic benefit of development. It's disheartening to put up with congestion and the inconvenience of a growing population on the one hand, while constantly hearing of teachers being laid off on the other hand. The governing body also must be able to manage multiple priorities while considering a development such as this one. It's complex, and there is other issues that can't be dwarfed by in the wake of this consideration. My neighbors and I, we need an explanation as to why seniority was moved from the rubric on the firefighter's exam, which had a demonstrable, disparate outcome on our town's African-American firefighters. This council also needs to show leadership necessary to make a different decision in terms of who it employs as our township manager. A man who would bully a woman into examining the contents of her waste paper basket while being berated in front of others is not a man who deserves to lead this town. This is not a personnel matter. This is a matter of justice. Tim Stafford's legacy is one of hostility and dysfunction, and he must be removed. I've heard rumors of that his return may be imminent, and I believe that shame attaches to the names of those who would vote to make it so. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Ellie Gittleman-Bagley. I grew up in Montclair. I went through the Montclair schools, so I know what it was like to be a kid in Montclair. I was then a parent in Montclair. It was very important to me that I raise my children in this town. So I've been a parent in Montclair. And now I'm retired in Montclair. And I'm a member of the senior community. And I don't see the same respect, the same ingenuity, the same innovation that our town gives to the rest of our population. So in listening to your remarks today, Mayor, it wasn't a surprise that you didn't specifically mention senior services. We're concerned about that. We demand the respect and the budget equity for our older residents. Our taxes help pay for all the services in town. Does that not include us? We don't have a senior center. We don't have a social worker. We don't have a director of senior services. And all of this ties into the role of Tim Stafford. Rumors have been flying all week. It is beyond our comprehension that he would be reinstated. We know that it was his actions that caused Katie York, the most talented, the most hardworking, the most dedicated senior services director, to leave this position. And since she's been gone, any progress made on senior services has virtually disappeared. It's been said many times tonight, we make up 26% of the town's population, yet we get less than 1% of the budget. It's simply unacceptable. We pay our taxes. We demand that we be included in any discussions about our town's future. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Catherine Nicholas. I live 50 Pine Street, Unit 8C, in the Montclair Mews. This Lackawanna Plaza development is either in my front yard or my backyard. And those that live in the area, not only the Mews, but in the area, are going to be greatly affected by whatever you do. I'm asking this council to look at and examine recommendations, not only from the people in the audience, but from the citizens of Montclair, and how you vote to move forward with this plan of action. I'm asking, number one, what are the planning board's recommendations? And don't tell me, go online and find it. I am 78 years old. Been living in Montclair for 76 of those 78 years. I am not computer literate as everybody thinks seniors ought to be. Some of us need to hear by word of mouth. We need to hear directly from you. We need to see it in print. Our eyes are not that good. We can't stand the glare of the computer constantly, like some of you young folks can. But we deserve to know what's happening. And we deserve to know it and hear it from our council people. Number two, the job of the Director of Senior Services. When is it going to be filled? Are you going to fill it? We keep talking about it. When are you going to do it? And if it is going to be filled, is it going to be posted? And for these matters, I ask you to please take consideration to what not only I have said, but so many before me concerning us senior citizens. Thank you.
Thank you. And on that front, Madam Clerk, I'm sure you can print out a copy so she doesn't have to get on that computer, and we can help in that regard at least. Thank you.
How you doing? Good evening. My name is Rodney Jenkins. I live at 415 Claremont Avenue in Montclair. Been a resident of Montclair for 48 years. Retired principal of special needs. Last assignment was the Essex County Youth Detention Center for 7 years. I'm here on 2 points. One, as a representative of the Montclair African American Heritage Foundation, that I'd like to read a letter from us about the concerns of Nishawane Park and our event that we have every year, the African American Heritage Festival. So I will read. February 7th, 2023. Dear Montclair community, the Montclair African American Heritage Foundation has been a member of the community since 1990. Our organization takes pride in our long-standing commitment to community service and education. Our most notable endeavor is our annual parade and festival, which we have been provided for the community for over 30 years. This event has been held the first Saturday of June in Issuing Park for the last 12 years. We are excited and hopeful to again be able to offer this event to our community in June of 2023. The day includes parades in the morning, participants throughout New Jersey, followed by a festival with vendors, food trucks, etc. We wish to express our concern that as of yet, we have not been able to obtain a permit to hold our event in Issuing Park because of the ongoing renovation. While we very much appreciate the upgrades, we are concerned that there has not been more progress made towards the completion. We have not been able to hold this event there for the last 2 years. Understandably, an event of this magnitude requires planning well in advance of June. We are not able to secure, if we're not able to secure a permit, we will not be able to hold this event. Last year, we held the event in a parking lot of Lackawanna Plaza. However, due to the size and nature of the event, the location is really not best suited for this. We look forward to returning to Nisqually Park on the first Saturday of June so that we can provide the best experience possible for the community. We ask that the community and the township management make the best efforts to ensure that we return to Nisqually Park and again offer this amazing event to our residents. Respectfully submitted, Montclair African Heritage Foundation. The next point is a part of personal matter. Mayor, in your statement, you said that you worked on pools, parks, and everything. Essex and Nisqually Park have been closed for the past 2 years. It seems that more attention has been done to the improvements
I'm going to
to
ask
keep up Mountainside Pool.
just mindful of your time, so time on this one.
I just finished the letter, sir.
Well, I'm holding everyone to the 3 minutes. Don't want to be respectful to everybody. Just don't want to cut some off and not others. Thank you.
Hi, everyone. My name is Deirdre Birmingham. I live at 2 Vera Place. I'm here to voice my very strong objection to increasing the Montclair Fire Department's budget. The fact that Chief Herman is requesting this huge increase after lowering Glen Ridge's contribution is astounding. Please tell me that you are not going to raise taxes for your own residents after lowering them for the people next door. Beyond that, Chief Herman completely failed to make his case that additional firefighters are necessary. I understand wanting to keep our firefighters safe, and that is priority number one. However, with the level of mutual aid available in Essex County, we are safely covered by all standards. We do not need to be saddled with additional salary and pension obligations for decades to come. No other town of our size has this many firefighters. As for the overtime, why are we paying over $1 million for overtime for this department? Are they fighting fires elsewhere? If this is mutual aid, then Essex County should help cover this. We should have full accounting of every single overtime hour and how it is being spent. Do we have this? Did you know that the chief has trucks go out at all hours raising and lowering flags in town? What a ridiculous waste of time and our money. Let's review what is falling under their purview and remove tasks that can be done by other departments to get these overtime hours under control. As for the $1 million requested for the new radios, I suggest we reach out to Essex County and ask for help. If we are giving more mutual aid than we get, which I suspect is the case, the county should help us with these costs. As for the cost of the acting positions, the chief is trying to circumvent the town manager and ram his son's promotion through. Unfortunately, he's punishing the whole department and us taxpayers in the process. We need to put this to rest. The exam must be retaken and the chief removed from the process. A promotion exam reeking of nepotism and racism, a completely botched fire service agreement with Glen Ridge, ignoring years of fraudulent activities by some on the department, low morale. This is all Chief Herman. Is he accountable to anybody here? Is anybody watching his performance? The hard truth is that we can't afford to give Chief Herman a blank check anymore. So much of our tax dollars go to police and fire, leaving little for anything else. We need better senior services, better pools, more for the library, more rec opportunities for kids. That's why we moved here. No one moves for a fire department. The quality of life in this town is slipping, and we have to reprioritize. One last thing, please do not bring Tim Stafford back here. I honestly can't believe you would consider this, given the accounts of the 4 women that have come forward, let alone his incompetence performance. Do you not believe the women? Do you not care? Help us understand how you could possibly consider this, because it makes absolutely no sense. Please show some courage and stand up for Montclair residents. No to fire budget increase. No to Stafford.
I just want you to know I hate following Deirdre Birmingham. Hate it. My name is Colleen Doherty, and I live on Warman Street. I have 5 questions and a story. Why is there still no senior services director in place to assist and advocate for our older community? Why is the fire department asking for additional staffing when we were assured less than 6 months ago the department was fully staffed? Are we allowed to be present for the committee meetings? If not, why don't the committees report to the council during the public meeting so that the public can be updated on its progress and actions? Why can't we comment virtually if we are unable to attend the meeting in person? Not that my children aren't happy because they're playing video games right now. Was a relative of the fire chief given an unfair advantage and promoted unequitably? If so, why was that not corrected swiftly? When I was in my 20s, I had a boss yell at me so badly that screamed at me, and my only thought was, don't cry. Do not cry. Whatever you do, don't cry. The man threw a book at me, and it was a big 3-inch binder. It wasn't a little book. Everyone I know that's my age has this story. Raise your hand if you have a story. You know who doesn't have a story? You know who doesn't have a story? My 11-year-old daughter, and that's why I'm here. Please ask Mr. Stafford to have several seats. Thank you very much.
Hi, my name is Lauren Berman. I'm a resident of Highland Avenue. There are many things I want to speak on tonight, but given the time constraints, I've chosen 3. I watched all 5 hours of the budget presentations. I'm glad they were televised. I felt proud to have the department heads who we do be able to speak with deep knowledge about each of their areas. What I found disappointing watching the presentations was the apparent baseline assumption that what was spent last year plus inflation is the floor. There were discussions of wish list items, but not what I see a department head offer, nor be asked what cost-saving analysis can be done and where money could be saved. I'm not talking about staffing. A standard annual practice in the private sector is to renegotiate vendor contracts, consider what tasks can be automated, determine areas where the spend doesn't match the value, and so on. The only mention of a vendor bidding process I heard in all 5 hours was with respect to the planting of the trees. Have the department heads been asked to identify a percentage of their budget where savings can be found? And if not, why not? And can we do this next year? The most shocking part of the budget presentation was hearing the enormous increase being requested by their fire department for more staff and overtime. This simply cannot be approved. We all remember the embarrassment of the Glen Ridge fire contract and that Glen Ridge is not coming anywhere close to paying their fair share. Importantly, throughout the process, we were assured time and again that Montclair Fire Department had excess capacity such that taking on Glen Ridge would not put the safety of Montclair at any risk. Does Chief Herman seriously think that we're dumb enough to believe that the risk has shifted so significantly in a few months to require almost an additional $2 million of annual budget? Montclair has more firefighters in its town and more access to career firefighters than any other town in New Jersey with a population below 50,000. We do not need more firefighters. There is no precedent for it. Finally, on the topic of Tim Stafford, I implore you not to insult the residents of this town by letting him return. The number of accusations against Stafford, both from employees and from residents, is just too many to credibly claim that they're in doubt. But you don't even have to care about misogyny, discrimination, or nepotism to get rid of him. He's an at-will employee who can be terminated for any or no reason, who frankly sucks at his job. He's failed to inform the council about too many key issues for me to list in the time I have tonight. He was ousted from his previous jobs because he sucked at those jobs too, including being voted out in Fairlawn after just 2 years. This should really be the easiest decision you have to make as councilors. What could possibly be so hard about it?
Good evening. My name is Anson Pope, and I am a 20-plus year resident of the 4th Ward, and I currently live at 12-14 Elm Street. Councilor Cummings, I want to thank you for attending our community meeting on Sunday. I appreciate the time that you gave to us and your free willingness to engage with your constituents. That was very much appreciated. One thing, though, that came from that meeting was the talk of the dysfunction within this body, as evidenced by council members verbally sparring in the local press, in constituent emails, and even within these chambers. Similarly, a large contingent of residents are locked in a fierce battle over Lackawanna redevelopment as it's proposed. When residents are unsteady, we look to our leaders for guidance. Right now, our leaders feel absent. At the 10/26/22 council meeting, members acknowledged and apologized for this body's inaction on a number of issues. Since then, the Lackawanna Plan has been fast-tracked in what I believe to be an attempt by this council to give the impression of working and functioning as a team when it can't be farther from the truth. I've voiced my concerns to council members via email and here in public statement, and still some persist. A major concern I have is with regard to stormwater. Councilor Yakubellis, in a constituent email, you said that stormwater on the site would be collected. During the 1/24/23 council meeting, Utilities Manager Mr. Abzarni stated that to collect stormwater would require it to be treated before reuse or disposal, and that the volume of the water collected would cause our treatment facility to flood. After Ida, I saw the effects of that storm water flowing into the Second River, and I saw what it did to the fields and the trees behind Glenfield Park. I was disturbed when I saw a metal guardrail twisted around one of those trees, caused by the sheer force and volume of the rushing water. The Second River flows directly under Lackawanna, and now that collection isn't the solution. So what is? This is the largest redevelopment in the history of this town, and while it is in the hands of a resident, it unfortunately appears that he has yet to complete a similar project. When asked to provide details on a successful redeveloped property during his Radio Free Montclair interview, Mr. Placek couldn't, but instead used the time to provide details on the combined, quote, 80 years of experience his team has. 80 years means nothing if there is no precedent to review. In 2018, Mr. Placek was involved in a redevelopment plan in Bernards Township, New Jersey, at that time operating as Community Investment Partners, CIP. A lawsuit ensued in which the New Jersey Superior Court judge wrote in his ruling against CIP that, quote, Mr. Placek has no experience as an individual developing such an immense project and cannot legally demand the township to enter into any redevelopment agreement with him. It should be noted that the Bernards situation looks disturbingly similar to Montclair. The community pushed back against the density, the bulk, the scale of the project. Community meetings were held in which Mr. Placek claimed there was no pushback or on his plan. And in Montclair, the same thing has happened. The reality, however, is Mr. Placek has held meetings at hours convenient only to him and dictated by his terms. I request that this council hold off and give residents an opportunity to speak.
Hi, Council. I'm Jen Robleski. I live at 154 Upper Mountain Avenue. My kids went through Nishawane and Hillside and Glenfield, and now my oldest is at the high school. I've been coming to these meetings and paying very close attention to how the town allocates its money ever since the wall of lockers fell on a student during the school day at Hillside a few years ago. We don't hear much about it. We talk a lot about the high school staircase. I don't want to be derailed. So I come to these meetings and it is like Groundhog's Day. We always talk about the fire budget. We always talk about the lack of a senior services specialist, and we always talk about Tim Stafford and his many accusations of fostering a toxic work environment for the women in our government. Every time for 6 months, this is what we talk about, and nothing seems to change. I was shocked and moved to speak tonight when last month Chief Herman calmly and without any discernible humility requested millions more funding for his department from all of us. He didn't provide any data to support the request. Under his leadership, the fire department has been sued for unethical and potentially illegal activity, and I am not aware of any consequences whatsoever that he has dealt with. This is a time for political courage in Montclair. We are tired of stonewalling. At the very least, it is time to ask Chief Herman for some data to support his budget requests. Please stop the promotions that were based on an illegal and biased exam that favored his son, and hold the firefighters accountable for cheating on timesheets. Finally, fire Tim Stafford tonight. I keep thinking about the fact that he anointed himself HR manager while all of these women were suffering under his management. He made himself HR. That alone should be reason enough to fire him immediately. Thank you.
Good evening, council members. My name is Judith Antelman. I live at 180 Walnut Street, and I'm here to reintroduce a subject that has been a significant part of my life in Montclair for at least 10 years, two-stroke engine gas-powered leaf blowers. Montclair prides itself on being an inclusive township. When I consider inclusivity, I think about community as a whole. The use of gas leaf blowers negatively, dangerously impacts the elements that comprise our larger community. Our streets, our land, our air, our wildlife, our people, from newborn babies to our seniors. I live in a neighborhood that is peaceful. That is peaceful during 8 months of the year. However, from March 15th through May 15th and October 15th through December 15th, my neighborhood resembles more of an airport than a friendly residential community. On my one block, gas leaf blowers make way for open season on residents' emotional and physical well-being. This happens on almost every street of our town. Consider your own neighborhood. What happens when you walk your dog, when your kids play outside, or you wish to sit outdoors? 4 months out of the year, the neighborhoods of Montclair fill with the deleterious effects of the dangerous machine on our walking, our hearing, our breathing. And we're not only affected outdoors. Low frequency, high decibel noise from the two-stroke gas engine makes it difficult to work inside even with windows shut. I've tried. In fact, this noise violates every component of Montclair's current noise ordinance, except for one thing. Montclair maintains a carve-out for this dangerous machine 4 months of the year. Here's an excerpt from the current ordinance the Township Council passed in February 2021. Quote, Chapter 217, Section 6 finds that unlimited use of leaf blowers powered by internal combustion engines impairs the economic and social welfare, health, peace, and quality of life of persons residing in Montclair. The purpose of this section is to minimize the adverse impact of such equipment by restricting its use within the township, unquote. 2 years later, 2 years further into a climate crisis, 2 years of continued evidence of the dangers of this machine, let us ask, Do gas leaf blowers impair the economic and social welfare, health, peace, and quality of life of persons residing in Montclair only part of the calendar year? Does the adverse impact of such equipment affect the people and places of Montclair only seasonally? By passing the 2021 ordinance for greater seasonal limits, the township demonstrated its concern for the health and well-being of Montclair. It was an important step. Given this, if the township is committed to our community's health and well-being for part of the year, recognizing the toxic and destructive effects of internal combustion engines, it's time to take the next and final step. Pass a complete ban on two-stroke engine gas-powered leaf blowers without delay. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lisa Seagartell and I live on Essex Avenue. I have been a Montclair resident and homeowner for the past 16 years. I have also previously lived in Maplewood. I'm here to urge you to pass a permanent ban on the use of gas leaf blowers in Montclair. This is achievable. It requires no further studies, consultations, or negotiations. To suggest it does is a fallacy perpetuated by the landscaping industry, not by the residents of this town, your constituents. Maplewood is a similar community to ours and passed a full ban on the last gas leaf blower, now in effect with no new plan or program in place. Larchmont, New York, another similar community, has done the same. These towns have not suffered, in fact, quite the opposite. They are healthier and safer for all. They set a new standard here in the tri-state area for what is possible, what is right. We are seeing impossible to ignore effects of climate change. We have a snowless winter with temperatures that fluctuate between dangerously cold and way too warm, record rains in California that have caused catastrophic damage while coming too fast and too furious to actually alleviate the drought in much of the state. We cannot be so foolish as to think that our own decisions have no impact on these climate events. It is imperative that each municipality does its part, that we connect ourselves to something bigger while having an immediate and meaningful impact on the health of our community here and now. Montclair is a town which continuously puts forward and depends on its progressive and inclusive ideals that draw people here because of them. To continue to allow the gas leaf blower here violates these ideals. To accept and normalize the use of this machine when alternatives in both technology and best practices are readily available goes against everything for which Montclair stands. I am an epidemiologist and work in health research. I once allowed the gas leaf blower on my own property. I now know far too well what the long-term impacts of these machines will be in multiple ways. I know you know this too because you wrote it into our current law. It pains me to live in a town that turns a blind eye 4 months of the year. The time for compromise is over. For all who live and work here, and for the future of our children and our planet, it is time for Montclair to go the full distance. I ask that you demonstrate your full responsibility and commitment to this town and far beyond, and institute a ban on the gas leaf blower.
Good evening. My name is Olga Zaykina. I live in 244 North Fullerton Avenue. And first, I want to congratulate Montclair on its recent certification of Better City for Pets, thanks to the ordinance you passed prohibiting the retail sale of puppies and cats in Montclair. Montclair is the second city in New Jersey to be awarded this designation. It's worth noting we have only one retail pet store in Montclair which does not sell puppies or cats, but this ordinance serves to point the way for the future. It demonstrates Montclair is taking the lead in animal welfare, serving as a role model to more towns across New Jersey and even beyond. It speaks volumes about our ideas. I'd like now to turn from the protection of animals to the protection of humans. Specifically to workers who maintain the properties of homes and businesses across town. It's time for Montclair to commit as much to the well-being of these workers as you have to puppies and cats. As it stands, Montclair currently fails to protect the health of workers in our community for 1/3 of the year. For 2 months in the fall and 2 months in the spring, Montclair legally allows for unsafe working conditions for yard care workers who operate gas leaf blowers for long hours, most often without protection. This unregulated engine carried on their backs will cause proven adverse health conditions, hearing loss, pulmonary complications, even cancer. Worse, the workers who operate these dangerous machines are mostly immigrants who depend on this work to live and who do not have health care. Who is thinking of them? Who is protecting them? Not Montclair. Journalist James Fallows, who helped bring about a full ban in Washington, D.C., asks for us, quote, "Anytime you see a crew at work, people without power or privilege, reflect on the cruel bargain this represents," end quote. If a storefront business in Montclair maintained unsafe working conditions, it would be shut down. Right now, Montclair keeps in place a carve-out that makes unsafe working conditions for landscape workers legal, that says yes to a cruel bargain. When it comes to worker health, we are not pointing the way. We are not protecting the people who work in our town. We are not serving as an example to other towns across our state. You worked hard to pass legislation to protect future puppies and cats, all while maintaining legislation that does not protect human beings, nor for that matter a great many other living things. This is not as it should be, and this is not as it could be. Our town is better than this. It is time to change this and demonstrate your continued and evolving commitment to all living things in Montclair and pass legislation to permanently ban the gas leaf blowers and protect workers today and every day forward. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Sarah Kessner, and I live at 2 Riverview Drive in Montclair, New Jersey. First of all, I'd like to say that I'm so inspired by everyone who has come up here and spoken tonight. It is wonderful to see so much community engagement. I'd like to talk about the gas leaf blower's detrimental impact on the environment. I'll begin with a simple fact. The unregulated 2-stroke engine gas leaf blower would not pass an emissions inspection at the DMV. Montclair legally allows the use of a machine that, practically speaking, should no longer be legal. The gas leaf blower emits many more pollutants than automobiles. The California Air Resources Board found 1 hour of operation emits pollution comparable to driving a 2016 Toyota Camry about 1,100 miles. According to the U.S. Department of Energy, 1.2 billion gallons of gasoline are consumed annually for lawn and garden maintenance. By ending the use of the gas leaf blower, which burns fuel so inefficiently, we can instantly reduce the burning of fossil fuels, which we know is essential if we are to mitigate the rising temperatures of our planet. Gas leaf blowers emit large quantities of fine particulates and black carbon due to incomplete combustion of fuel in its engine. These particulates have additional global warming effects beyond the CO2 released during combustion. Filling gas tanks and mixing 2-cycle oil often results in spilling toxic liquids, and residual oil from used containers can find their way into water systems and harm local ecosystems. The air pushed out of a gas leaf blower goes up to 200 miles per hour. These machines are used to support a method of land maintenance that demands the removal of every single leaf from a property. This did not take hold until the landscaping industry took hold of the gas leaf blower. Total leaf removal is an ecological mistake, and it is an ecological disaster. And I am speaking on behalf of my 6-year-old son, who I would love for him to grow up on a livable planet. It works against the natural preservation of essential biodiversity and intricate ecosystems depended on by everything from soil to birds to humans, now more than ever. A recent study made headlines when it revealed that since 1970, 70% of biodiversity has disappeared. The gas leaf blower is complicit. The gas leaf blower destroys. It does not save. It ruins. It does not build. There are better ways. We can adopt them easily through education, through logic and paradigm shift, and through a
thank
much
you.
needed return to best practices for land care. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jessica Stolzberg. I'm a resident of Fairfield Street. You've just heard about different elements that make up a whole. From disruption to our daily lives, its intrusion on work, health, and the sense of peace most wish to have, to the destruction of ecosystems and biodiversity, the habitats of the very animals that can bring us joy, to the easily avoidable burning of fossil fuels we know contribute to our warming planet, to a lack of concern for those among us who have no voice in this conversation and whom we could protect with ease. As you know, cities and towns across the country are continuing to pass full bans on the gas leaf blower. Washington, D.C. did it. Larchmont, New York did it. I have interviewed people there. They are okay. Their residents are okay. In fact, they are better than ever. As you also know, Maplewood, New Jersey, just 8 miles away, passed a full ban into law last year, now in effect. I have spoken to Nancy Adams, their town committee member, extensively. I have even put her on the radio when an NPR station reached out to me so they could share what it looks like when a local municipality makes positive change. Maplewood is an inspiration to us. Their commitment to right over wrong, safe over unsafe, can do over won't do, is something we can replicate here. When the Maplewood Town Committee voted yes for their ban, they shared a lovely moment to acknowledge their accomplishment. And their mayor said, "There is nothing left to say. This is the right thing to do." We are here tonight to ask you, our local government, to do this for Montclair, to join Maplewood and become the second town in Montclair to do this, to serve as a beacon to other towns to follow, both in New Jersey and across the country. This is how important change gains momentum. Montclair of all towns should be ahead, not behind, on this issue. It is an exact fit for the ideals we put forth, the very values I heard spoken of tonight in your opening remarks. We know too much. You know too much. It is written into your laws. But your law on the gas leaf blower is a part-time law, and it's time to demonstrate Montclair's full-time commitment to the environment and to those who live and work here by ending the use of the gas leaf blower once and for all. Frances Perkins, FDR's Secretary of Labor, said, "A government should aim to give all the people under its jurisdiction the best possible life." My hope is that this too is your goal as town council members of Montclair. You sit before us poised to bring about immediate change for the betterment of so much and so many in one vote. 2 years ago, you passed legislation to limit the use of the gas leaf blower, acknowledged its dangers and its disruption to so many elements of this town. Your acknowledgement, spelled out in the current ordinance, which we heard here tonight, led you to place limits on the use of this machine. This was important, but it was a stepping stone. You built a scaffolding on an ever-weakening structure with interconnected pieces that create a whole. We are here tonight to ask you to complete the project, to now remove the scaffolding and leave in its place legislation that makes Montclair safe and sound for people, for wildlife, for planet, all at once and from now on. It is time to ban the use of the gas leaf blower in Montclair.
Thank you.
I support your request.
Is this on? Okay. Good evening. My name is Lonnie Summer Padilla, and I am a resident of Montclair. I am glad to be here in person tonight, but I am also really glad that this and all of the recent town council meetings have been live streamed for all residents who are interested in what is happening in our town and can't be here tonight. Thank you for making that happen. A lot is going on in our town, and while not everyone in town is here or even watching from home, the issues that this council is dealing with impacts us all. Unfortunately, over the past several years, we have had a town manager who we now know has been corrupt and has created a hostile work culture in our municipal building. Now, with that being said, there are rumors of Stafford being reinstated. Anyone who is even only a little bit informed of what has transpired since October finds it incredulous that not only is he still on the town payroll and receiving benefits, but that there is even a remote possibility of his being reinstated, and they find it outrageous. And for those who have been informed of his corrupt involvement of the firefighter promotional exam that unfairly and improperly favored the fire chief's son in some unbelievable nepotism and corruption while also being discriminatory against the black firefighters who were up for the promotion, they find this even more outrageous. All this happening in Montclair, of all places where we see Black Lives Matter signs on lawns throughout town, is a tragedy. Now, to top it all off, we have our fire chief asking for over $1 million more to add 13 more firefighters to our fire department that has significantly more firefighters on duty each shift than any other surrounding town. Oh, and let's not forget the contract that council completely mismanaged with Glen Ridge, in which Glen Ridge is paying less for firefighting services than they did over the last decade. When inflation is real and everyone else in the country is paying more for everything. And when the fire chief came to support the Glen Ridge contract, he swore up and down that the fire department servicing Glen Ridge was not a burden to the department. There are more issues such as the development happening in this town that has in terms of Lackawanna Plaza, that has outraged so many because of the steep rents expected and the impact on lifelong residents, particularly those of color, who will be displaced because our town council does not reflect the values of the majority of Montclairians who would support policy that would actually mandate a larger percentage of affordable housing in new developments. But instead, our town council continues to gaslight us by professing that Black Lives Matter, and our mayor has a pact
Thank you on
named Protecting Our Democracy.
Time.
As the saying goes, you are what you do, not what you say you do. Do better for Montclair.
Thank you.
Hi, everybody. My name is James Cotter. I live at 21 Clover Hill Place. With the Planning Board and HPC recommendations and the result of the independent traffic study complete, it's now your turn to examine the redevelopment plan for Lackawanna and make amendments and modifications. If you could take note of two very specific concerns that many in the Clover Hill Place Grove Terrace neighborhood has. First, the Planning Board recommends, and I quote, where building heights and the master plan are most in conflict is along Glenridge Avenue street frontage. The master plan categorizes Glenridge Ave as part of the C3 zone, which restricts building heights to a maximum of 37 feet. To be consistent with the master plan, the board recommends that the new proposed buildings with Glenridge Avenue frontages conform to this 37-foot height restriction for the first 100 feet of depth from Glenridge Avenue. If you amend the plan accordingly, you will help maintain the residential character of the surrounding neighborhood. This is crucial to our quality of life. Second, the preliminary results from the independent traffic study have been released. I urge you to use this data to champion traffic mitigation strategies that will protect pedestrians, arrest the flow of traffic into secondary and tertiary streets that surround the development, and move the flow of circulation towards major arteries such as Bloomfield Avenue. This project has been ineloquently described as building a new neighborhood on the site of an empty space. I take exception to that characterization. Clearly, this area is a vibrant, thriving community, one of the oldest and most significant in Montclair, full of families, kids, seniors, and longtime residents. And so I urge the council to have empathy and understanding of the plight of the residents who will live in the shadow of the development. Deputy Mayor Herlock, I want you specifically to think about how residents in the First Ward have dealt with Montclair State University and the challenges that traffic and circulation hold there. and to bring that energy to consideration for the Fourth Ward residents. Councillor Schlager, I want you to think about the traffic circulation and pedestrian safety issues that exist at Lackawanna Plaza and the energy that you've put into seeking to mitigate that and bring that same energy to the residents of the Fourth Ward. Mayor Spiller, when you were a Third Ward representative, the masses and bulk of the buildings that were constructed there did not endear them to the township. So I want us to consider the ways that we can avoid the same missteps at Lackawanna. Councillor Cummings, you and I know full well how directly impacted the residents of the Fourth Ward will be in this development, and I appreciate your continued advocacy. Councillor Russo, please use your many years of experience on the council and as mayor to anticipate the infrastructure projects that will need to be completed. We are relying on your institutional memory to help us avoid stress on our water and sewer. And Councillor Iacobellis, we're neighbors. You and I will be affected most by this development.
Appreciate that.
Let's continue to work together to prevent an undue burden on the development. Thanks very much.
Hi, can you hear me? Down? Thank you. My name is Bonnie Fogel. I live at 16 Forest Street. I'm opening with a quote. Look, it's happening. There's no compromise. I finally get to build what I want. Did everybody hear that? Did everyone hear that quote? Great. Sunday, I listened to what felt like a promotional radio program for the owner of the Lackawanna property. And I was appalled by his my way or the highway attitude. When I built an addition on my house where I raised my kids, I would not hire a contractor whose work I did not go and see and for whom I did not get references concerning things like the timeliness and quality of their work. I'm wondering, have you? I'm talking about the project you're handling now. This plan is the town council's, not the property owners. The development should be built according to our needs and our wants. And if the owner feels that he cannot do it our way and threatens to leave, he would be doing us a favor.
Good evening. I feel like I'm piggybacking on a lot of things that have been said this evening. First of all, my name is David Greenbaum. I'm born and raised in Montclair, reside on Lloyd Road, former HPC commissioner. I think it's important, in response to what was just said, for everybody in the town of Montclair, and I'm going to say this in a very succinct way, to recognize that this is a Montclair redevelopment plan. And that plan is offered to a developer for them to abide by in return for being conferred certain privileges and benefits. So it's incumbent upon our township to define those parameters, features, and amenities that we as a community and you as their representatives wish to have. We've been all handed a bunch of lollipops. Everybody has a lollipop in their hand. I see so many people in our community with lollipops in their hands. However, we as a body, your organization, your body, not the planning board, you're going to get the report and the HPC's report, are looking at architectural renderings that really bear no legitimate reference to real massing, volume. The whole perception of the entire project is shaped by these renderings and are actually created by the developer but they are included in the township's redevelopment plan. And these plans are deceptive by design. There are multiple examples that I could point to, which you'll hear about at another time. The important thing is there are people like Ms. Tassi who's adamant she wants to make sure something is done now. Nobody denies that it should be done and expedited. However, it shouldn't be expedited at the expense of very bad decisions. And as I said previously to you, I don't believe any of you, to my knowledge, have architectural training, urban planning training, or historic preservation training. And yet you guys are going to be responsible for making the most critical urban planning decision in the history of Montclair. That's a huge responsibility. And yet you guys are sharing architectural renderings and drawings as part of our township's documents that are completely deceptive by design. But you don't know that, and I don't expect you to know that, but you should recognize that there are people who do, and I'm here to tell you that you need to be aware that we are being deceived. So people in our own town, for, against, hey, let's know what we're really for and against. Let's look at a baseline where the baseline grade level is the same on the same document, where you have vanishing points that are 2 point or 3 point, something that we can bite into.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
If those aren't
Thank you.
looked at, then you are complicit in
Thank
the
you.
deception.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mary Birmingham. I'm going to repeat a lot of the things that have already been said, but I agree that these are matters of justice, and so I want you to hear my voice too. First, the fire department. John Herman manipulated the fire exam to give his son an unfair advantage, with the blessing of Tim Stafford, knowing that Montclair taxpayers would be sued. It's the definition of corruption. And apparently the defense that you all are going to go with is something along the lines of, as long as your primary purpose is nepotism, it's okay to discriminate. That's where we're going to land in Montclair in 2023. Because we all know that if you allow Tim Stafford back into this town, one of the first things he will do is push through the fire promotions. You're making a conscious decision to allow it to happen. And second, the abuse of women in the workplace. It was incredibly brave of these women to stand up, but reading the lawsuits is really sickening. I'm going to read from Miss Lee's lawsuit. Stafford began to verbally abuse Lee in front of the other employees. She was so mortified she could hardly focus on what he said, but he seemed to be humiliating her for issuing the license without coming to him for approval. Stafford sent his secretary to retrieve a trash can from Lee's office, bring it to his office, and ordered Lee to search through the trash can and retrieve copies of papers in front of the room. Lee was traumatized by Stafford's behavior toward her. None of the other Montclair officials present intervened to challenge Stafford's verbal abuse and humiliation of Lee. And this is from Miss York's statement. Stafford consistently demeaned me, attempted to physically intimidate me, and sought to undermine my relationship with the Montclair community of senior citizens I served. And Miss Trembulac wrote, I had never been treated with such disrespect and inhumanity. The councilperson said nothing. I felt humiliated again and began to cry. I stated to him, you have broken me. But Stafford kept screaming at me as I wept. Can we all agree that women deserve to feel safe at work? Can that be a basic assumption? What's your official stance, your rationale for rehiring Stafford? Do you not believe these sworn under oath statements from these women? I believe them. Or do you simply think that behavior is acceptable? Because it's one or the other. And what happened to Mr. Morgan's report? Why do we keep spending taxpayer funds to hire law firms to disprove the findings of our town's affirmative action officer? And from a strictly practical standpoint, how can we have a town manager that no one will work for? How long did we go without an HR manager, senior services director, health officer? We still don't have a functioning clerk's office. Seriously, how can we have a town manager whose management style means no one will work for our town?
Thank you. Thank you.
We deserve
you.
a competent,
Thank you for your time.
emotionally regulated, and
Thank you for
ethical
your
town
time.
manager. It is time
Thank
to get
you.
this town back on
Thank you.
track.
I want to say good evening to the council. I'm Reverend Dennis L. Washington. Tonight, I come in peace. And I live in Montclair. Matter of fact, I live on Claremont Avenue. And the traffic, my goodness! You know, I'm a jaywalker, right? But I have to cross at the light, at the green light, because there's so much traffic. I can't get across the street. And Mayor, you know the deal, Mayor. I ain't got to say no more. So I'm finished with that. Thank you, sir. Now, I have a friend that's a landlord by the name of Dr. Howard Wilson. Dr. Wilson is sick right now, otherwise he would be here. But anyway, he told me that in his area, a tree, the sidewalk was uprooted by a tree, and he showed me the receipt where he had to pay $10,000 to correct it. So I was sitting here in one of your meetings, and about when someone was given a report about trees and whatnot. Anyway, I noticed that we need to correct something. When a landlord needs a tree that uproots, he pays $10,000. If the city plant a tree and it uproots the sidewalk, there's no charge. No charge at all. And that's beneath unfair. And I'm not going to stand by and let that happen to my friend or no other landlord. And right now, I can't do nothing about it. But your time will come. Because next year, next June, I'll be sitting next to one of you. And I guarantee you that I will do the job. And they may not even have to pay me. Charity may get my pay. I'm not worried about being paid. I just worry about the people and that y'all do the right thing at the right time. For not just one person, two persons, but three, for everybody. If you ever do the right thing for everybody, one time, I'll kiss your feet. Amen.
Thank you.
I don't want to follow that. My name is Eric D'Amato, 25 Norwood Avenue, and I am also wanting to talk about the case of the town manager. But a small part of it, which is weirdly a slander against a mayor of Montclair. And the name of that mayor is Baird Faulkner, who was mayor in 1950 and gave his name to the rules that govern our town. Actually, the Faulkner Act, if you haven't heard of it. And more specifically, the suggestion, I'm not going to name names of some people that we need to remove, Tim Stafford, not using the Faulkner Act. When I have read this, and I'm looking right now at what is it? It's 4069A/93, terms of municipal manager removal and suspension. I'm not going to read it. It's brilliant. It's elegant. It's fair to the manager. It's fair to the town. It's speedy and concise. It's wonderful. And I'll just say, why doesn't everybody take another look at it and just act on it? And you know what? If you really want to stick it to Mr. Iacobellis, vote on this. Get rid of the manager with this, and it'll happen. But seriously, everybody thinks that this is the problem of our institutions, and it's not. The law that was written many years ago for this town is great. It works wonderful. I'll leave this up here. Read it. We're just not living up to it right now. That's all. Thank you.
Eric, for the record, I have that resolution right here. Ready to go.
That's the one I've been proposing for 3 months.
Hi, I'm Maya Davis. I'm a resident of the 4th Ward, 87 Willowdale Avenue. I've been in Montclair since 1997. I'm here about Lackawanna development. And there's so many things, so many concerns. But I want to talk to you about one, which is disinformation. It's very troubling to have lived here so long and to see so much disinformation, just clouds of it. And as we know, it's a problem in our country right now. Well, it's happening here. And I really want to hold you guys to account to get the word out of what's really true. So here's one problem. Proponents of this plan act as if we do not accept the plan in full. 5 massive buildings, as tall as 8 stories, black casting shadows most of the year over the neighborhood that Ms. Nichols and Nicholas and other people live in, that whole area. That if we don't do that, if we don't give him exactly what he wants, it's not going to get redeveloped. That is false. And I think that needs to be stated clearly. I would really like for town officials to get out there and state that clearly. Hey, that's not how the process works. It's going to be modified. It was always expected that it would be modified. That's the truth, right? Okay, secondly, people are touting the 20% affordable housing. Well, I've read and reread the parts on affordable housing and short-term housing and workforce housing in the plan and in the FAQs that are on the planning board site. And I'm concerned because in addition to the promised 20% of affordable housing, there's 15%, which is a lot, it's like 56 units, of short-term rentals. Now, I don't know what the plan is here, if we're going to have like permanent Airbnbs that are going to be, and it seems like a lot to me, but, and the planning board report, by the way, I see there's a planning board member here, they raised that was one of the many issues they raised, so I'm glad they're paying attention to that. At another point in the plan, it says that the 15% of short-term rentals will count as affordable housing. That's what it says. If that's not the case, because I'm sure as you know, the Housing Commission raised that in the resolution. Okay? So it's at best ambiguous. My concern is it was duplicitous. Okay? Everybody's going around touting 20% of affordable housing. How much of that is really guaranteed? Okay, and then the last piece of disinformation I want to talk about is there seems to be confusion to me about who people are supposed to talk to. And this kind of goes to Ms. Nicholas's point too. I really relate to her because I want all these documents to be totally accessible. I shouldn't have had to call the planning department a few days after the Housing Commission meeting and saying, hey, it's not on your website, can I get a copy? I shouldn't have had to ask people I know, hey, do you have to have a copy of that planning board report?
Thank you for your comments.
All those things should be all online.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Rachel Quinn Egan. I really don't want to be here. It's my kid's 17th birthday and I'm missing dinner with her. But I have taught my kids that you can't pretend not to see an injustice once you've seen it. And once you've seen it, you have to do what you can to stop it. We moved here 20 years ago because when we drove into town, we were charmed by the architecture and the people-friendly scale of it. Kids were playing on the sidewalks and biking around. We could see it was a place where different people could be at home. Our multiracial family would be welcome here. Sadly, once my kids had grown old enough to ride their bikes, the traffic had become too insane to allow them to take to the streets. We have become more and more dismayed at the huge, dull buildings that have crept along our downtown streets. The landscape is changing and the town is losing its charm and diversity. It has felt like a slow boil. Like we're in a pot of water and you know it's getting warmer, but you almost can't feel it. We were almost lulled to sleep. But then one day, the Lackawanna plan came along. The temperature dramatically changed and we woke up. And spatial reasoning is something I get. So when I was shown those pretty pictures and read the specs, I could actually see it in my mind. I could see the mass, the height, that will look like 8 stories, and the fragile neighborhood all around it being overwhelmed in its shadows. This is a residential neighborhood. The bid tried to tell people it wasn't. It is a residential neighborhood. All they asked for was a supermarket. Okay. We need a 3D rendering, not one that is the size of a Kellogg's cornflake box. We need it so that this lady who asked very politely to know what on earth is being built can go to the library and see it. We would like a large 3D rendering so that people who do not have great spatial reasoning can actually see what you are intending to put in the middle of their neighborhood. Now, I've been listening to people, and the fear that has been mongered in this town is you have to take it all, no compromise, or you'll lose your affordable housing. We need a supermarket, but we have to lose the sun and the sky, no compromise. That cannot be true. No one is against a development being built at Lackawanna, but not in its current form. Too much, too tall, too much added traffic, and too much negative impact on all our resources. We have woken up, and our town can no longer be compromised. We want our kids and grandkids to want to live here, in a beautiful multiracial place where kids can play outside and ride their bikes again. There is hope, though. This development is a huge opportunity for all of us. The property owner and the whole town could wind up with a place that we can all love and appreciate. But we need compromise, and we need those of you, the people we elected, to work out the best deal for all the people who matter. All of us matter.
Hi, my name is Eric Payne, 10-year resident of Montclair. Last council meeting, I indicated that I would be receiving a letter of support. I'm a representative of Night Owl LLC. We put an application in for a cannabis retail establishment. And we have a letter of support from the Montclair African American Heritage Foundation. I wanted to briefly read it. To the Township Manager, Eric Payne, representing Night Owl LLC, has met on several occasions with members of the Montclair African American History Foundation to discuss the goals of his company. He clearly outlined the plans he and his partners have developed as they attempt to acquire state and local approvals. Mr. Payne assured our organization that those plans include a voluntary commitment to donate substantially to the well-being and support of local organizations within the Montclair community. We believe that this commitment to social equity fully complements and will enhance the goals and mission of our organization. The mission of the Montclair African American Heritage Foundation is to build upon the town's rich cultural legacy through education and events that address issues affecting both the African American community and the greater township. Through individual, corporate, and business support, MAAHF provides recurring scholarships and model programs that encourage individual growth and appreciation for the significance of the community. In this spirit, we support Night Owl LLC in their attempt to gain both state and township approvals. You know, as I come to these meetings, I understand and see we have a lot of, the town can use a lot of extra revenue that certainly these type of businesses would bring. And I also had the occasion to meet a young man of Genuine Grow. Andrew Marshall has put an application in for a cultivation facility. We're both residents of Montclair. He's a young man who went to Montclair High School. I've been living here for the last 10 years. I'm not moving to Montclair to make money off of Montclair. This is my community, and I hope to build a business where I can support my community and a lot of these organizations and help to contribute to the tax revenue that can fill a lot of the gaps that we have in some of the programs we have. So I would just ask that you guys consider that in your consideration. Thank you.
Good evening. Well, we're back again. Maria Tompkins, Rosie Harrison, 50 Greenwood Avenue. Basically, what I'm going to say is after our last meeting when we was up here, it seemed like most of you really cared about what we said. A few of you even gave us cards, took our name, took our phone number. We haven't heard from anyone up here, okay? Anyone. If it wasn't for Deirdre Malloy and the Landlord Housing Committee, the few things that have gotten done would not have. We would still be running around in circles. I don't know if you're not taking us serious and understanding how dire it is because you only see us two up here talking, even though it's an 87-unit building, okay? But there are other tenants here today, all right, that would say, yes, it is in bad shape. So I'm just going to say this because I'm not staying up here 3 minutes because I'm tired, okay? I will just say this. It says a lot about everyone up here, all right? Election time is coming, and we will remember this. Thank you.
To that, to your points though, because you came up last meeting, we left it at you would connect with Mr. Scantlebury, correct? Mr. Scantlebury, you noted that you would reach out, and there was, I believe, conversations of a visit that was about to occur, correct?
The visit occurred today,
Thank you.
as a matter of fact, with a Miss.
Is your mic? Okay.
Yeah, it's on.
Okay,
The
I'm sorry.
microphone's on.
Right.
I know that Mr. Davino and Mr. Morgan met with a Miss Flynn from Everwood. I believe that's the owner of. I'm sorry? Edgewood, the owner of Union Gardens. Mr. Davino went through a list of the citations.
Okay.
And so did Mr. Morgan. They put together a game plan to address all of the issues that's happening now at Union Garden.
So, Mr. Scantlebury, it sounds to me like either that hasn't been communicated or the connection there.
It may
so-
not be communicating. That was part of the conversation with Ms. Flynn. I know they have a new property manager who just came on board this week, I believe. There was. Okay.
So it sounds like a temp.
She
they're
just started,
saying.
yeah,
So,
temporary.
Mr. Scantlebury,
So
I'd ask, because we do still have people waiting, I'm mindful of
Oh.
being respectful to everybody's time and everything else, but can you please this time, as we discussed last time, connect specifically so you get the information and share the information that you have, and then hopefully we can make sure everyone's on the same page of you giving us whatever we need, and of course you hearing what is happening apparently, and kind of can make sure it aligns with helping what you need. All right? So I'll leave that to you, Mr. Scantlebury. You can give us an update at the next meeting of exactly where that's at.
Mayor, just a quick comment. Also, I did give you my card. If you can please email me. I've been in regular touch with HUD over the last 2 weeks. So been going back and forth with Mr. Scantlebury, with code enforcement, with our Section 8 housing officer here in the building, and with HUD officials. So we can catch up connect the dots with Amina Toller, with Deirdre Malloy, with what the staff has been doing. But I need you to email me because I don't have your contact information. Peter Yakabellis.
Good evening. My name is June Regner. I live on North Mountain Avenue. Just a fact, when you guys are talking about affordable housing, something I came across today in northjersey.com. 181,000 people applied for the New Jersey Section 8 voucher waitlist. There are only 20,000 spots on the wait list. We are in a housing crisis in this country, in this state, in this region, in this town. No private project has ever actually delivered a full 20% affordable housing, much less put workforce housing on top of it. They always wiggle out. I've watched the meetings. Please make sure, whatever you do, that you do not decrease this building on the backs of affordable housing. Now, I started reading the Faulkner Act as well, and I was actually doing a little research on Faulkner. It's kind of impressive that what he really wanted to have was good government, and he really wanted to make sure we didn't have a corrupt government. Well, he also wanted to have a government that had the trust and support of the people. I think we could have that here, but we obviously don't. And I gotta say, I'm looking at you guys. It's a really big problem. With the Faulkner Act, the whole idea is a weak council and a weak mayor and a strong town manager. Because the most important job you guys are supposed to be doing is supervising that town manager. And you blew it. You blew it, you blew it, you blew it. You've been ignoring Bruce Morgan's reports. You've been ignoring the lawsuits. You have been harming the town in a million different ways till Sunday. Do not reinstate this man unless you are going to start the Faulkner Act provisions and start doing what he actually deserves, which is a fair hearing, and get him the hell out. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Eileen Birmingham. Being here tonight is not very pleasant, but I believe it is necessary. In Montclair, the most powerful person running the town is unelected. So citizens do not have a vote in who it is, so we must use our voice to convince the council to take action. As you know, our town manager, Tim Stafford, has been on paid administrative leave for over 100 days, pending the completion of an investigation. To my mind, the council does not need an investigation to decide that Tim Stafford is not the right manager for Montclair. He has been in that position for over 8 years, and there are many issues that fall into 3 broad categories. First, well established here tonight, is a pattern of mistreatment of women under his employ, directly leading to women leaving, filing lawsuits, and or causing them great harm. This is very serious, and I will not repeat what has already been said, but I will add, we had a well-beloved director of senior services with a PhD in gerontology and an MBA, and she wrote in a sworn statement, Stafford consistently demeaned me, attempted to physically intimidate me, and sought to undermine my relationships with the Montclair community of senior citizens I served. This is a pattern and it cannot be ignored. Second, there is an established pattern of intentional poor decisions that put the township at legal risk, have proved very costly, or are discriminatory. These include changing the fire promotional exam in ways that disfavored African American firefighters, allowing the fire chief to grade his own son, suppressing the CFO analysis during the Glen Ridge Fire Agreement negotiations. And I need to pause here as an aside to ask my fellow Montclair residents, do you know that this year Glen Ridge is paying us what they paid us in 2004? And do you also know that that since 2004, Mountainside Medical Center has gone from a tax-exempt property to a property that pays almost $4 million to Glen Ridge. It covers a third of their municipal tax levy, and they are still paying less than they were in 2004. And it is unacceptable that the taxpayers of Montclair over and over and over again, every increase in salary, everything comes from the Montclair taxpayer. And I will also tell you that, did you know that we pump the water into Glen Ridge? The town of Glen Ridge comes through Montclair's water system. And do you know that we have not increased the amount that we charge Glen Ridge since 2015, and only once since 2008. So the question for you, council, is when will you care about the senior citizens of Montclair as much as you care about the taxpayers of Glen Ridge?
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Obi Miranda Woodley. First, I want to say this quote: I can't believe what you say because I see what you do. James Baldwin. It is Black History Month. I live on Nassau Road. I'm here to comment on just 2 of the many problems in this town. Number 1, because it's Black History Month, perhaps it's the time for you to do the right thing for the Black firefighters in Montclair. Instead of your performative actions, correct this problem. It's 2023, and this should not be happening, especially in Montclair. Second, I'm here to support the women employees in this township, former and present. Padmaja Rao, Montclair CFO. Juliet Lee, our former deputy clerk. Celia Trembulak, formerly of the animal shelter, and Katie York, former director of the Montclair Division of Senior Services. I am so appalled and shocked that you would reinstate Tim Stafford. What kind of dirt does he have on you? Who are you indebted to that you would go against this town's values? I'm especially disappointed in the women on this council. Congratulations, Montclair has its own version of Clarence Thomas. I really don't know how you sleep at night. You do not represent our values. I hope that this is the last term for all of you.
I don't represent your values?
None of
Talking to
you
me?
do. If you're reinstating Tim Stafford, you do not represent our values.
You just said the women
and
of
the
this
firefighters.
council.
What are you doing for the firefighters?
Wait, excuse me, go back to what you said, the women of this council.
Yes,
You're
the
talking
women.
to me?
Yes,
You're talking
yes.
to me? Okay.
You and Lori Price Abrams, you should be on the women's side. You should be protecting women who work for this town. Shame on you. The only people who I think should say are Bob Russo and Peter Iacobellis. Thank you.
Hey, I'm Mariana Horta. I live on Gordon Hurst Avenue. I'll try to be really short. It's super late. No, that's okay. I just want to thank Ms. Rao. Rao Lee Trimbalak York did not have to do this. They had much to lose and very little to gain. This is really risky. Lawsuits are costly, and lawsuits are risky, and now insurance has a lot more money than they have to keep this lawsuit going until they're done. So I want to thank Ms. Rao. I want to speak to you directly, Ms. Rao. I love you. I appreciate you. I admire you. You have the courage that the mayor lacks. You have the leadership that the mayor lacks. And I think you should be governor of New Jersey. Padmaja Rao for governor. Who's with me? Get up. Thank you. Next. Thank you. Your lawsuit, Ms. Rao, is the best money this town has ever spent. It's the best use of my tax money ever, because it will possibly, if I'm lucky, get rid of the clientelistic relationship between the town manager and the fire chief. And if I really win the lottery, we might get rid of the fire chief. Yeah. That would be really the day I move to Montclair for. Because these white guys from Cedar Grove run this show for their benefit, and we are paying for the party. We are just paying for the party. Thank you.
I'll use this as an opportunity to remind everybody, right, as we engage in the conversation, and certainly even as we see up here, anyone can come to the microphone and say what they want, but we will do so in a manner that is respectful. And we are respectful to people's time as they come up here and speak and say anything. And we would ask that, as anyone purporting to want to hear diverse views and to allow those to be shared and to be done so in a manner that is respectful of others, I would ask everyone in here, certainly feel free to look at yourself, see how you feel about it, but we ask that you are respectful as well. It is not time to yell out and scream whatever it is you choose to say. You can come right up to the microphone and speak to it for 3 minutes, but we would ask that you are respectful in your actions. Thank you.
Greetings. My name is Rhina Smith. I live in the 4th Ward on Grove Terrace, 1/2 block from the Lackawanna Plaza that's under proposal for development. And I'd like to look at each of you and ask you to respect me. Respect my opinions, respect my values. I welcome a development with a supermarket. What most of us object to is the scale and the height of the proposed development. We all talk about how we value the diversity of Montclair. Some value the diversity of restaurants and arts more than age, gender, race, and bank accounts. And we can challenge one another about all of these things. That's one of the things that makes this community special. But I do have to object to trivializing the idea of diversity. It is not about the color you paint your door, as David Placek stated in his recent interview on Radio Free Montclair. I hope that this dismissive comment is not a reflection of what he really believes, as it stands contrary to what he has previously presented. And if I heard correctly, Mr. Placek also stated in the same interview that he will make no compromises in the development he has proposed. This leads me to question whether the council has already rendered him an assurance despite community concerns and planning board recommendations. He says objectors to his proposal exemplify exclusive housing. Getting 74, if we even get that many, affordable apartments as a trade-off for 301 apartments that most of us will never be able to afford does not seem reasonable or inclusive. I say yes in my backyard to reasonable development and a supermarket. I say no in my backyard to bulk and density. Please don't let this development be one more missed opportunity to do the right thing. We just can't afford mismanagement of this scale, whether it's by design or by deference. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
Councilman Cummings.
I want to make sure that to clarify, I was told, was it yesterday? Sunday, at a meeting, where Mr. Placek's comments were taken that he said, I'm going to build what I want to build, and there's no compromising. I said at the meeting that that did not sound like the David Placek I know, and until I listen to the podcast, I will be able to make a determination. His words were not that. What he did say was that he gets a way to do, this is an opportunity to do something that the way he wants to do it, but he has some success and he's wanted to do this for a long time. It's about time, please, it's about time we have someone who cares about Montclair developing Montclair. Now, I say that not as a defense of him, but from listening to the podcast and making sure that what was reported to me was not true, because that was offensive. And so I just want to make sure that anyone, if you listen to it,
How did you get
it was
a recording of the podcast? My understanding is that that's not available.
I received it. I sent one to several residents here to listen to it, because I listened to it Sunday night Monday night, yesterday. And all that's one thing that's the reason I listened to it, was because that was something that was upsetting to me. But I wanted to make sure that it was true and the characterization was off. I do believe that in the podcast, there were some statements that were made that were not what I would say accurate, but also misleading. But at the same time, I think that what this council, everyone on this council needs to hear it, listen to it, because it was what I would call, I think Mr. Cotter did a good job talking about several of the areas of the problem or of the redevelopment that need to be discussed. But I just want to make sure that I can't sit here and let the description of that particular statement without making clarification of what was actually said.
I would appreciate it if you could share
Sure. What you can do, after this, I will give you, I can email it to you because I have it on my phone, okay? It's not mine to put up. This was on Radio Free Montclair. and therefore they had it. And so what I can share with you is what was sent to me, okay? And I even told Mr. Cotter, I sent it to Mr. Cotter, and I told him there's just one area in there where there's like about a minute and a half of the Godfather music, and then it starts again. And part of the problem that they said. No, but what I'm saying is I listened to an hour and a half of the conversation. And so I will share the link with you later on. And you were at the meeting too, so thank you.
He did say it will get done. There will be no compromise. It's in there. I wrote it down when he said it. I understand the recording isn't working, that it wasn't properly recorded, but he said it. I just want to make that clear. Okay, so hello everyone. I first want to thank you all for taking my remarks. I know you're like volunteers for the council, and it can be very busy and intense. I live at 1 Clover Hill Place, which is right across from this potential development, lovingly referred to by a friend as Ground Zero. I have many thoughts on the proposed development, but I only have 3 minutes today, so I want to focus on some of the many misrepresentations that have occurred during this process. The first misrepresentation is of the size. The images are completely inaccurate. When Mr. Jacobson on the planning board, I also want to thank the planning board because I think they did a really great job in all the questions they asked. But he had asked at one of the meetings, please give us a picture of this from Clover Hill Place looking up. The picture provided cut my house off. It showed number 2, and then up the hill, this actual 67 or 87 foot building was the same height as number 2 Clover Hill across the street from me in the picture. That is outrageous. Second, there is the misrepresentation of the character of the surroundings. The bid, which recently supported this, said, this is a quote, "We do not find the height of any of the buildings to be of concern. The redevelopment site is directly in the heart of downtown Montclair Center, not nestled in a residential neighborhood, as some would imply." Who are those some? I don't know, the ones that live there? Does the bid actually know where Lackawanna Plaza is? Because all you have to do is look at it. It is surrounded by residential homes. But of course, they're trying to sell everyone that this is a new neighborhood. There's kind of nothing there but a bunch of commercial stuff. I know that the bid doesn't get a vote, but they have a voice, and it's being published. Third, there's the misrepresentation of the potential effect of the proposal. There is an FAQ online that stated that these 375 proposed 1, 2, or 3 family units will add only 23 children to the school district. It's online. I don't understand how that's even possible. If you just count 2 and 3 bedrooms, that's not possible. So we need some realistic statistics. As far as traffic's already busy there. Again, I live on,
Thank you.
shoot.
Yeah.
I have so much. I will come back to more meetings. I have a lot more to say.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you all very
Thank
much.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Deirdre Malloy. I am the chairwoman of the Landlord Tenant Advisory Committee, and I had no intention on speaking about Union Gardens. However, what I will say is that while I hear Mr. Scantlebury has mentioned that you're in touch with the ownership and Mr. Iacobellis, or Councilor Iacobellis, with HUD, to be clear, it was me and Landlord Tenant Advisory Committee that reached out to those HUD officials and DCA and others to bring them all together based off of the complaints that the tenants have had. And it's more than 20 now. And we worked diligently behind the scenes without any support from the municipality initially. And I want to be clear, Landlord Tenant Advisory Committee is here to assist and advise. And I will say that sometime during the investigation that was happening by HUD, the municipality did provide information which was being looked into, and Landlord Tenant Advisory Committee was in touch with the ownership at all times, as well as the officials who have forced the ownership to go back to the building. And that happened 2 weeks ago. So I appreciate that now the municipality is working with the tenants. I will say that we reached out to the Section 8 office, and we have not gotten any response from there. But to Mr. Scantlebury's credit, he has provided information that everyone involved needed to have in order to move forward. Landlord Tenant Advisory Committee is finalizing one last piece, which is part of tenant concerns regarding excessive fees, unexplained fees, and those things. And HUD is aware of that as well. And once we're done with that, we will provide a summary update, as we've been updating you all, or at least many of you, along the way. The last thing I want to talk about is with regard to Lackawanna Plaza. And it's regarding the Housing Commission's recommendation. I'm a former Housing Commissioner, I've been involved on that level for a number of years. And kudos to the Housing Commission for the work that they're doing. However, the Housing Commission has suggested that, and it recommends that the discussion of the affordable housing set aside on page 25 be amended as follows. 20% of the total resident dwelling units, including short-term rental units, are required to be set aside as affordable for very low, moderate income households. That's not very clear. Okay? That language should be defined clearer. And I think that's what everybody was saying. Thank you so much.
My name is Carol Schlein. I live at 168 Midland. Number of you know me. I've been a volunteer for many different organizations in this town, starting with PTAs. I'm on the board of Montclair Scholarship Fund. I'm the co-president of the Montclair Women's Club. I do box office for Montclair Film, and those were just the top of mind ones that I'm involved with. Volunteers are the lifeblood of this town, and seniors make up a large proportion of those volunteers. A budget is a value statement, and when you're not dedicating money towards seniors, you're saying something, and you're saying we're not important. Somebody told me, I haven't watched the 5 hours of the budget. I've been too busy volunteering. But somebody told me that when you were discussing the Department of Health, there was more discussion about the animal shelter. I loved my dog. She was 17 when I had to put her down. I'm planning to get another dog from the animal shelter. I'm a fan. I've donated. But people come first, and seniors matter. And we need you to remember us and not have us as an afterthought. It's offensive to get a year-end summary from a counselor or recap state of the town where seniors aren't mentioned directly. Every other group, you checked off all the boxes of every other kind of diversity except age. Not okay. The other thing I want to say is, as a woman who's worked in technology and law, which are two predominantly male fields, I've had my fair share of misogyny in the workplace over my lifetime. It's also not okay to have a town manager who treats women employees the way he's been alleged to have treated them. And my recollection, and I've been trying to find somebody else who can remember this with me, but my recollection is there have been former councils that just terminated town managers, whether there was a reason or not. You can do that, and you need to do that. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you for being here, and I will be blessedly brief. Number 1, Lackawanna, scale it back. Number 2, a senior center, create it. Number 3, gas-powered leaf blowers, ban them. Number 4, I respectfully request that you not reinstate Mr. Stafford, but if you would consider reinstating Ms. Rao, I'm all for it.
Good evening. My name is Luella Dudley, and I am the chairperson of the Montclair Aging Advocacy Coalition. We are wearing purple tonight as a sign of solidarity and unity in the pursuit to have a more age-friendly town, which addresses the needs of our older population. I've been watching and listening to the various department heads speak about the financial needs of each of their departments. However, to my knowledge, I have not heard any recommendations for the needs of the older adult population. For months, we have requested that a social worker be hired to address the many issues associated with this age group. I don't know whether there is money in the budget for the salary. However, you might want to consider the revenue that is generated through the sales on cannabis or from the parking meter fees. Another option would be having your grant solicit funds for this position. However you choose to obtain the funds is certainly up to you. We think it is important enough to get it done. I would be remiss as a woman if I did not discuss the issues regarding our suspended town manager and the alleged allegation of his workplace bullying and his mental and psychological harassment of a number of other management females. Montclair is known for being progressive, diverse, and forward-thinking. I think you need to think long and hard about the decision you make on whether you want to bring back someone in this leadership role of Montclair that is accusations are true and treats women in such a disparaging way. We as women have fought long and hard to get the recognition and respect we are worth. We implore you to do not turn back the hands of time, and do not bring back Tim Stafford. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may, I just want to address Luella before Adriana comes up. Luella, it's me right up here. When we did cut the ribbon, I think it was Councilman Iacobellis and I cut the ribbon on the Ascend. It used to be just medical marijuana, but now it's adult use. But the Ascend people were there with us. And I said that we should dedicate the revenue and the tax gain from that to senior citizens. That was several months ago. But that's the thought I had, and I still stand by that. We should dedicate those funds that come from marijuana sales to senior citizen programs in Montclair and get those hirings done. Thank you.
Hi, this is Adriana O'Toole, 48 South Willow Street. I live 4 blocks from Lackawanna Plaza, so I know the area and I know the potential. And I agree with everyone. You must admit we have some marvelous speakers in town. They could be running the place too. Anyway, in August, I recall, I think that was a meeting when I said morale was low in town. I didn't know how bad it was. And I had suggested you get your act together. I don't know if that's happened. But anyway, at that meeting, I asked about the Mills building. I haven't heard anything about that. It is empty. I know we have plans in the planning board that were developed by an architect for making it either a community center or a senior center. What is happening with that building? Is anybody in charge with that? I don't think so. I'm a senior too. I just turned 90 in September. Let me tell you, it happens. It'll happen to you. You'll be driving by these buildings, whatever goes up, and you will have been responsible for it. It's totally immense. It's like a left-rack village in the middle of a rural area. And in fact, I remember reading about a recent town that in a new development started senior housing in it, and maybe the town has to get involved in working with whatever developer it is to provide senior housing in this area that you're having all these other categories that I really don't know what they are, and I'm a realtor. Thank you.
Looks like I get the last word, huh?
Anyway, my name is Carmel Lockman. I am on the planning board and worked very hard to put together the report where the planning board had findings and recommendations about Lackawanna Plaza. Oh, thank you. I wish Mr. Yacobelis was here because I think he takes some credit for getting this this independent traffic study done, which I'd like to voice an objection about that. I don't think it was an independent study. I think that is independent only in the way that it's not the developer's study, but it is done by a firm that works for the planning board, that works for the town. I thought when you say independent, it would be someone that's not associated at all with Montclair. And Brightview does many, many reviews, traffic studies when we get applications at the planning board. So in my view, you know, they want to please the town so that they continue to get work here. I don't feel necessarily their objective and that they want to make this work for the town. I would like to have seen some firm that is not associated at all with any Montclair projects. And I'm sorry that that wasn't done with this particular traffic study, because the traffic is going to be outrageous. Common sense tells you that. You don't need a traffic study to say that building 375 units, building a supermarket, building commercial space, building retail stores, it's going to increase the traffic. And you have to look at a wide range of how that will happen. You have to look specifically at what traffic will be generated just by the supermarket, not just the little intersections that were pointed out in the traffic study. So I would have liked to see some firm that I didn't know them from Adam. I've seen this Brightview come before the planning board, and quite honestly, I always feel like they do what they think they should do. I've never seen them give an opposing view. So I am not happy with having received that traffic study. And also, I think the traffic study was released to you guys on January 19th, and we just got it to the public yesterday, was it? I just looked at the bottom line results from the last page. It said nothing's, it's not going to affect the traffic around there. Come on. I haven't looked at all the data to pinpoint areas where I think they're not looking at everything they should be looking at, or not taking a point of view that I would have taken. Not that I want them to say what I think. I want them to be objective. And I don't feel like this traffic study is objective. Thank you. And by the way, thank you for your service. I hate to see all that you have to go through. It's great that the public gets to talk, but it's great that you listen. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. And we close with someone who kept it right at the 3-minute mark, so thank you on that front. Okay. With that, we will close public comments. Next, moving forward, we have our ordinances that we have here. So next is Ordinance O-23-03, which is an ordinance to amend Section 347 zoning of the Code of the Township of Montclair of New Jersey, and I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. I'm going to open up to the public hearing of this one without objection. Is there any objection to that? Anyone who wishes to be heard on this ordinance? This is the ordinance modifying various pieces in the code, right? They're all laid out there in terms of the strike-throughs and underlines in terms of what it is. It's with regard to the building code, et cetera. So we've got all different categories, though. Anyone? Seeing none, without objection, I'll close. Any questions, concerns, comments from our council members? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Herlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams absent. Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Next is Ordinance O-23-01, which is a bond ordinance providing for the relining of the culvert walls in and by the Township of Montclair in the County of Essex, appropriating $1.315 million therefor, and authorizing the issuance of $1.249250 in bonds for the township to help finance their part thereof. I so move.
Second.
Maybe we'll pause. We'll pause for just 1 minute, so those who choose to leave would like to leave. Go ahead. We'll give you guys a minute to go ahead and do that, and then we'll get back to business here. Oh, okay. Okay, we'll give it just another moment. Anyone else wishing to continue conversations, please feel free to do so outside the chambers, and we'll continue forward with the actions here. Thank you so much. Okay, it's been moved and seconded, I believe.
It was, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. As you're hearing from the audience, people are asking for quiet. So if you are continuing conversation, we'd ask you to do so outside council chambers, please. Thank you so much, so everyone can hear. It's been moved and seconded. I'm going to open to public hearing without objection. Is there any objection? Anyone who wishes to be heard on this ordinance? Seeing none, I'll close the public hearing on it. Questions, concerns, comments? I'll note on this one, really pleased that after a significant period of time, we are finally moving forward with this lining. This is an example of a location where we're talking about improvements to the flow of water, stormwater infrastructure, a lot of what I talked about at the start of this meeting. This is a space where I will say there was discussion around county involvement, the business owner, and I'm really pleased that we're all able to work together to move this forward and get this done for that location. It's an example, though, of the significant dollars, right, that you have to do just to improve. And what you do is you, of course, try to improve each of these bottleneck areas. But this is an example of that, and again, an example of what we're going to have to keep doing to really invest in this area and the magnitude that we have here. With that, any other questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams absent. Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes, thank you. Okay, next is Ordinance O-23-02, which is a bond ordinance providing for various capital improvements in the Township of Montclair, County of Essex, appropriating $3,700,000, therefore, an issuance of $3,515,000 bonds for the notes of the township to finance the cost thereof, and I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. I'm going to open it to public hearing without objection. Is there any objection? Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing. Any questions, concerns, or comments from council?
Mayor.
Councilman Yacobelis.
I'm not inclined to support this tonight until we can have a conversation with each other about bonds and projects overall in town. I want to talk about a skate park. I want to talk about a senior center. I want to understand what's happening with Clary Anderson Arena. And I don't feel good spending another $3 million on paving and curbing until we've had those conversations and I can understand what our goals look like and what the total is going to be. So I would not support moving this forward tonight, but I'd be comfortable if we wanted to at least amend it to put the $700,000 for the pools forward. I would do that and pull out the $3 million. So I'll start with a motion to amend, striking item A, the paving and curbing for $3 million, leaving it with just the $700,000 with the prorated. I don't know exactly what the prorated amount would be in terms of the bond issuance, but I would make that motion to amend this ordinance as one option. And if the council doesn't want to go in that direction tonight, then I would motion to table.
Okay. So motion to amend. Is there a second?
Excuse me. I'm not sure whether or not that can be done, and maybe you can help me out with the supplemental debt statement. Already submitted.
In terms of if it can be split,
If it can be split, yeah, I'm not sure.
then we can just table it.
Madam Clerk, can you have someone shut the doors too? Thanks.
To be honest with you, I would prefer that. That way we can touch bases with the finance group to see if it can be carved out.
Yeah, we should talk to, if that's the question that we're asking, we should speak with the CFO.
It's a concern.
Okay, so
A motion to table.
I withdraw that motion. I would motion to table.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion to table. It's been seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments? Madam Clerk, on the motion to table, please call the roll.
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
No.
Counselor Price Abrams absent. Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes, and I'd certainly say, as we take a look at that, though, as we noted in the front of this, one of the key pieces when investing in some of your infrastructure is you've got to keep up with it. We did get into the problem where we hadn't paved or done a ton of work around roads for decades because there's always something else you can pull things out for. So just mindful of that as we relook at this issue.
Yeah, I think it's important that we look at a list and we talk about senior center, Clary Anderson, pools, curbing and paving, skate park, all the things that we've promised constituents. We need to list it out see what our borrowing capacity is for the year and make a decision. I don't want to just keep making these decisions in isolation and then there's no money left for the other stuff that we've talked about. Thank you.
Next here is bond ordinance, amend section 3 of the bond ordinance O-23-19 of the Township of Montclair and the County of Essex, adopted on August 4th, 2020, in order to amend the project description. I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments here? I'm going to open up to the public hearing without objection. Is there anyone from the public who wishes to be present? Seeing none, I'm going to close that. Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams absent. Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes, thank you. Next is Ordinance O-23-04, which is an ordinance establishing the Residential Dwelling Relief Fund. I so move.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments?
Yeah, Mayor, so I had a conversation with Mr. Scott. This is for the Housing Commission, right? And he made me aware that the Housing Commission wasn't even aware of this. So I think we should have a conversation with them. If it's a great idea and it's, to, you know, put the money aside, but I think they're not even aware that they're supposed to be administering this. So I think there needs to be a conversation with them to make sure that they understand what their role is with these funds.
Mr. Burke, would you like to speak to this?
Yes, Mayor. This was part of a settlement agreement with the petitioners in the rent control action that was commenced. There will have to be a conversation with MHA, but the ordinance needs to be moved forward. It's going to be required for us to fulfill our obligations under that settlement agreement.
So it needs to be moved tonight? Because, I mean, if they're not aware that what their role is.
Well, I believe it's only, tonight it's only on for first
reading?
First
Okay.
reading, so it's not going to be passed tonight or adopted tonight. And then there's the 20-day, after it is adopted, there's a 20-day wait period. But between now and the next meeting, those conversations should happen.
Got your work cut out for you, Mr. Scott.
And Councilman, as you remember, this is a nice addition that we did get
Right.
in there, that had to be part of it, but it was part of the agreement. So we've got-
Right, I get it.
Okay. Any other questions, concerns, comments? Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams absent. Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Anyone would like to move F?
I would just like to ask Mayor where it came from, because if it didn't go through public safety or finance, it didn't go through EDC. So I don't know who's actually introducing this or who asked
Mr.
for it to be on
Scantlebury?
the agenda.
This was a conversation that's been going on for quite a while, and I know it did go through public safety. And I think the last time the chief and deputy chief was here speaking about it at the budget committee.
They
So,
spoke
no,
at the budget process.
They spoke
Yeah.
at the budget process, and again, we talked about that at public safety.
Yeah, you're talking about the crossing guards.
Yes.
Yeah, we did. And the
And that's a
question is,
conversation that I think it started last year, year before.
it was, right, the question was the savings on here is the part that I think we need to discuss, because there seems to be a discrepancy in.
So Mr. Scantlebury, I might ask that you go back and work with the team. First, some of the concerns have is that we're reducing the number of crossing guards, right, at the locations that we're serving. So if this is what I shared at the budget presentation too, so you may remember this, right? So the concerns I have certainly would be around just reducing the number of crossing guards. If it's been assessed that we can reduce the number of crossing guards, and there's a reduction, seeing that we are talking about allocating all of what we spend now, including an additional police costs, in this contract with this, outsourced vendor. I would definitely have concerns over that, right? Especially when we're reducing the number of crossing guards. That was one of the things, certainly. Secondly, if we're talking about something where we are, offering, again, hundreds of thousands more to this private entity than we are currently paying in terms of our crossing guards, I personally would like to see the crossing guards paid more, right, and have them make sure they are able to show up and certainly provide for their families. So I'm not sure why we would do that instead of looking to that avenue first. And certainly, still would have concerns over if this, entity is unable at any time to actually fill the number and pull in people, to have our police still cover it, that'd be concerned. So for a lot of reasons, I just, I'm not supportive of this given everything that I've heard, but certainly would love more information. And I think, anyone would look at if there's solutions to come in and if there's a contract with them to cover if someone's out or something along those lines, let's take a look at what that looks like. But not this.
I think,
From my
Mr. Mayor,
perspective.
there were some long-term savings in regards to pension and payments that we may be on the hook for with the current setup. So I think that's why it was worth having an investigation look at whether or not long-term, if there were ultimately some savings that would offset this.
Unfortunately, I had asked the chief and deputy chief to be here, and they were here, but during, I guess, the course of the meeting, they,
And Councilman, I think it's great that we went through this exercise. I remember when they came up, it was great to hear and to kind of see, because they did provide us with some of these financials here. I've looked them over a number of times. I did ask separately and got a list of how many crossing guards we have. I mean, it's very helpful for me, so I appreciate the work of the committee, subcommittee working on everyone else. Just at this point, given all the information, I'm not, it doesn't make sense to me.
I think the CFO had some numbers that we need to look at in terms of the long-term viability of doing this.
Okay.
And
So
unfortunately, she's not here.
Right.
so-
Could we table it then, Mayor? Because then
Well, there's no tabling. I don't think anyone moved it. So that was my question, so.
No, I do think we should table this because there's a conversation to be had to whether or not this is something we should consider.
So I move
Yeah.
to table.
If I can just chime in for a second, I told the chief and the deputy chief that we weren't going to vote on this tonight after a conversation with the mayor and I had early. So they shouldn't be in trouble. He had to get home for his son or something like that. I am in support of the concept. I definitely want to understand the numbers. What was most attractive to me was the guarantee that they would hire all of our crossing guards so no one would lose their position and that they had to match or exceed the salaries that they were paid. The thing that I would ask would be is if it's possible to hire them to augment our services, because what was interesting to me looking at what they do and looking at our bid is they have on-call staff. So when somebody calls out, they put a work request out to a whole universe of people to claim that work for the day. So we would be able to fill the crossings with their staff potentially. So even if we don't go in this direction, I think looking to see if there's a way to get a contract to have them backfill absences and vacancies could also potentially save us money. Because the thing that was most interesting to me, in addition to being able to save dollars, was what the chief and deputy chief did say to us when they were here for the budget presentation, in that there are 5 to 10 police officers on any given day covering crossing guard work, and just thinking about all the needs in town from traffic enforcement and burglaries and auto thefts and everything happening, vandalism. I want to make sure we're returning those cops to the street. So, thanks.
I think is what you said. Yes, they did commit to hiring our current guards as well as Montclair residents primarily for the jobs that they had to increase. But I think, again, the main thing is to really look at the long-term savings in terms of the way the current deal is set up, what we pay in pensions and vacations for folks who are not working full year.
And I'll just say, for the record, and appreciate the conversation, I think that this is all about, when we look at right now, our crossing guards who are making right now between $14 to $21 an hour, right? And we're talking about going to a private entity, paying at that $40 an hour rate that they're not passing on to them, right? That they are talking about, we're paying, right, per person. So how much they're paying for people, probably the same amount or something similar, right? So I'd rather see that number increase for the extra money we're going to pay to this entity. Let's give it to the people, right? And let's allow them to get a little more dollars in their pockets. I also concur, though, with, coverage, but I still have concerns of, despite whatever, if there is not coverage, I'm sure our police will have to cover a location, right? And anyway, so, utilizing our team in place and maybe having an entity like this who can come in with some people to fill, maybe that's a different conversation. But for me, I just don't think that, taking individuals who are making $14-15 an hour and, outsourcing them for a product that you're getting, less crossing guards and we're paying $200,000 more. I get the long-term cost, but,
There are benefits and pluses and minuses that I think once we get the CFO to really break it down, we'll see what the test is.
I'd just like to say, whenever these outsourcing ideas come up, just like we were going to outsource our sanitation work at one time, you lose union workers who've had experience and benefits that they won through their unions. Now, I know we got a message from the union leader saying he thought 40 or so people were going to lose their jobs. So if there's assurance of hiring them, that's one thing, but I still am uncomfortable when we outsource or we contract out people who've been working for us for a long time and getting good union wages. Now, as the mayor said, you know, if we're going to pay this company $40 an hour to have these people placed, but the employee's still going to get $15 or $20 an hour, the money should go to the employees. But that's where people have unions. That's why they have a union. So if it's going to be a non-union deal, I have hesitation on that basis, too. Thank you.
Yeah, we certainly seen the result. That was maybe one of the best decisions I know. Councilman Schlager and Deputy Mayor were also around for that when the conversation was around privatizing the sanitation work, and thank goodness we didn't. We see the impact in other towns that did, so it was an important step. All right, moving on. Resolution R-23-23, which is a resolution authorizing the execution of a contract amendment with Brightview Engineering to include additional data collection and analysis for the traffic study for Lackawanna Plaza Redevelopment. I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Questions, concerns, comments?
Yeah, I think this is a necessary cost for us. I did review the current plan the current traffic study that they presented to us, and I think it needs to be expanded, which this will do. And I know Thursday we're supposed to meet and present that plan to the public. But I think it's very short that the public knows that that is a preliminary plan that they were receiving. Some of the suggestions that they had in the current plan, the one that concerns me most is the elimination of parking on Grove Street on both sides of the road, which, you know, goes to, if you live there and someone comes to visit, where are they going to park? They're going to end up parking on Grove Terrace or over on Clover Hill. And then what happens when Cajano's has a funeral? Where are they going to park? So I think that's the beauty of why having this, because it shows that, you know, it shows that the impact of the redevelopment plan as is, that's the type of impact it's going to have. And I think the residents who live near that area need to know that, because that's who's going to be impacted the most. So, and there's also going to be some costs. We're going to have to replace lights. It suggests replacing lights on a corner of Glenridge Avenue and Claremont. Glenridge Avenue and Grove, as well as Glenridge Avenue and Claremont. And so we haven't even gotten to the south part of town, on the other side of Elm. And so I think that what this study has shown so far is that while we say, yes, we know there's going to be impact with the development coming in, it shows that there's going to be a lot of changes that we have to make to our lights that, you know, ultimately that we should not incur because they're being suggested because of the impact of the development. So I look forward to Thursday to start the conversations that people can see.
Any other questions, concerns, comments? Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams absent. Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Councilwoman Schlager, would you do the honors?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. Whereas invoices against the Township of Montclair in favor of the following persons for the amount set up as that their respective names have been received, duly audited, and found correct. Now therefore be it resolved by the Council of the Township of Montclair and the County of Essex that said invoices be, and they are hereby ordered paid, and that checks be drawn by the Finance Department to the order of such persons for the amounts respectively and hereinafter stated on the computer printout attached hereto and made a part hereof. This bill list is dated February 7th, the year 2023, for the amount of $7,993,775.94, and I so move.
Second.
Any questions, concerns, comments? Councilman Yacobelis?
Thank you, Mayor. I just have two questions. Mr. Scantlebury, just, and this isn't too specific, but Big Belly Solar, if we've been able to have a conversation with them just before we pay another bill about fixing all the decals that have been peeling off and just the overall condition of the cans.
The decals come into the new set.
Got it. So there's something new units and then also new decals separately, supplemental. Okay.
Oh, well, just so I can hear it. So the other ones that aren't going to be new, though, they're going to get the new decals. Is that correct?
according to Mr. Wood.
No, we know the new ones are coming with the new decals. I think the question is the ones that aren't coming, the new ones, right? that we
Yeah, the
recycle
old
X amount.
cans.
The other cans that aren't, are they also going to get the new decals?
That's my understanding.
Okay, just being clear. Secondly, I had asked a question as a follow-up to the councilman last time on it, to note, if we check to see if there's an updated model, part of the agreement when we were doing lease like this was to see that every so often when they put out new models that have new features, et cetera, we obviously could get that. That's part of the advantage of not being locked in on one. Are there any other updates, new features, or new models that have come out since the ones that we are currently getting?
Not to my knowledge, but
If you can confirm that, appreciate that. Thank you.
And just one other thing on that, this is getting really in the weeds. For the recycling versions, if they can do the sticker that tells you have to pour out your drink before you put it in the bin. It's the silliest thing, but it contaminates the whole canister. And then just the question on the Gannett Fleming, $6,300, and the parking capital budget for the Midtown parking deck engineering proposal. Just is that something that we have done already, or is it in terms of the elevator, or is that new? Okay, thank you.
Mayor, if I could, I just have a
Counsel.
question that maybe at the next council meeting, Mr. Scantlebury, although I don't want to jinx it, but I was just wondering, since we're halfway done with the winter and it hasn't snowed, and we have a surplus, or if there were any bills that we paid for salt for potential snow. So I was just curious if by the next meeting you could let us know if there's a savings or,
I can let you know, but our salt is always at purchase.
and it's stored. So maybe we don't have to purchase
Big
as
savings
much?
next year.
Next year?
Yeah.
Will it last?
Yeah.
Do you think it doesn't like kick up?
It
Like-
does,
Yeah,
and it should last.
Okay.
That depends on where it's stored. I mean, with the state, you have domars that you see on the side of the highways.
I don't think your mic
and
was-
they're written up. I said with the state DOT has what's called domars you see on the side of the highways, look like a big triangle. Well, those are built to capacity to hold salt, and they're raised off the ground or whatever, so it tends to last longer. How we store it here is not quite the same, but we are prepared for the winter, so God willing, we have a decent,
Okay.
a decent winter. Will be okay at the beginning of next year.
great, okay. So maybe there'll be a little cost savings for next year.
There should be a cost
Salt
savings for next year.
purchasing. Okay, thank
This
you.
is February, so we're looking good.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? Any other questions, concerns, comments? Seeing none, Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams absent. Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. All right, Mr. Scantlebury, if you could take a look, walk us through the next ones for review, and then placement on consent agenda. Thank you.
First resolution is appointing our.
Is your microphone on?
It's on?
Yeah, okay.
Okay. I know. I have that problem. Number one is the appointment of our Sustainability Officer, Lisa Johnson, to the Essex County Solid Waste Advisory Council. She's taking the place of Gray. Number two, pursuant to NJSA 40A:1 through 5, a contract for insurance consultant services is in accordance with requirements for extraordinary unspecifiable services. IMAC will continue to perform consultative review and detailed analysis of all benefit and insurance programs. As with number two, this is a resolution authorizing contracting with IMAC to perform risk management consulting services. Resolution 4 is a contract with Riverview Paving, Inc. through the Morris County Co-op for the installation of granite block curbing. Resolution 5 is authorizing contracting with Schifano Construction through the Morris County Co-op for road resurfacing during the upcoming construction season. The contract is not to exceed $800,000. Resolution 6 is authorization to award to Denville Line Painting through the Morris County Co-op for traffic striping, not to exceed $200,000, which includes work not completed in 2022. Resolution 7 is awarding a fair and open contract to Cleary, Jacoby, Alfieri, Jacobs, LLC for labor, employment, affirmative action, and ethics special counsel. Resolution 9 is to authorize acceptance of qualified responses to the RFP for professional services for conflict resolution and general litigation and award the contract to Riker Danzig LLC for calendar year 2023. Resolution 10 is to increase the contracted amount for special counsel Linda Berry, McCormick, Estabrook, and Cooper by $17,500 from a not-to-exceed $10,000 amount to $27,500. Investigation of hostile work environment reported in BaristaNet on October 19th and 21 of 2022. That's why we're having. That's why we have.
Is that the group that did our?
That's the group that did the investigation based on the BaristaNet articles of those 2 days.
So we're going to pay another $17,000 on top of the 10. Is that what it says?
Yes.
Okay.
Resolution 12 is to amend the Riker Danzig contract from a not-to-exceed of $50,000 to a not-to-exceed limit of $155,000.
Is that why you just got it listed as the 30,000?
Did I skip 11?
So,
30,000 above what we had already committed,
Yes.
is that what it is? But they're not going to be our counsel anymore, right? This is a payment for past?
This is to increase the not to exceed for last
are
year.
you on your microphone?
Yes, sorry. It is on. I'm just probably a little further away from it. This is to increase the not to exceed for their 2022 contract in order to pay their remaining invoices.
For work that was performed.
For work that was
Right,
already
that's what I'm thinking.
completed.
So they're not on for this year, right?
Any reason why it's, 2023, here we are, is it was very late in the year or something? Why is
Yeah,
it we're paying
well,
2020?
you get your December invoices
Is that what it was?
in January.
Got it.
Okay, I inadvertently missed number 11. In December 2021, the township awarded Genova Burns the contract to serve as labor, employment, and special legal counsel in 2022 with a not-to-exceed amount of $40,000. In November of 2022, the Township Council authorized an increase in funds of $50,000. As a result of additional bills incurred during 2022, an additional $30,000 is required for a new contract total not to exceed $120,000. And 13 is a resolution authorizing Ms. Akmal as custodian of the Finance Petty Cash Fund and a change to the fund amount. Let me repeat that again. This is a resolution authorizing Mrs. Akmal as custodian of the Finance Petty Cash Fund, and there's a change in the amount of the petty cash. That's it for the resolutions.
But there is the one on the plenary
Oh,
retail consumption,
I have 14. I don't have.
which I would like to see us do tonight, the consumption license.
I have 14, yeah.
Number 14.
Resolution authorizing notice of intention to issue one new planetary retail consumption license.
Yeah, and I asked if we could do that tonight.
You want to move that?
Is there anything we need to know legally on that, Mr. Burke?
Just that by ordinance, by statute, when a new license is being issued, such as this is a special license for a not-for-profit entity that either owns or operates a theater with 50, no less than 50, no more than 1,000 seats. That was the new license that we did per ordinance in September. There are two ways to issue a new license. One way is by the historical method, which is putting out a notice in the paper that we're accepting applications to issue that license. The second way to do that is by putting out a notice that we're accepting a bid, that we're putting it out for bid, and the applicants would then bid for that license. Here being a not-for-profit, similar to the MC Hotel license that was issued, which was a special license, one-time only license. It was done by the historical method. The new license that was issued for the increase in the number of people that were residing in town due to the 2020 censuses, that license was a new plenary retail license that was issued by doing a public bid. So those are the two ways that they get issued. It's a policy decision by the council which way they want to go. We put it on as a historical because this license, one, is special. It can only be issued to not-for-profits. It's not transferable. They can't sell it. And these applicants that are looking to have at the Montclair Film at Claridge, which is a not-for-profit group, is looking to use this license just to sell alcoholic beverages at their concession stand during performances.
To make sure I heard you clearly, so you said it is non-transferable and cannot be sold,
Cannot be sold,
including to another nonprofit
including to another nonprofit.
that meets all the requirements for the license.
Yep.
Okay, so even if there's another nonprofit that meets all the requirements for licenses, can't be sold.
They can't be sold. They would have to then apply for the license in a similar fashion.
So the way this is written is what you're recommending to do,
Well,
and what they've asked us to do.
yeah, what I've put forward is not a recommendation, it is a suggestion.
I think the
Well,
question is, what do we want to do? And how do we want to do it? And I think that's the part that I think we need to have a discussion about.
And whether we want to do it tonight, which is, they've requested that we do it tonight, so Montclair film people, I think, deserve our courtesy, if we could, to do it tonight, as written. So I so move.
I'll second that.
Moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments?
Mr. Mayor, I have a quick question. Mr. Burr, when we had that ordinance, I believe we amended it for a total of 3, correct?
Licenses, yes.
And that's still, so this would be one of the
Yeah,
3?
one of 3, right.
With the restrictions that you just indicated?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Sure. And I'll just ask you, you're confident in those restrictions specifically?
Yes, I am.
Any other questions, concerns, comments? Seeing,
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. It's one little question.
yeah, sure.
Okay,
Mhm.
Unless I missed it, what would be the time frame? How long would the entity be able to keep the license? Till
It's a 1-year license which gets renewed every year. So
Okay.
they have to just like the other licenses, they have to renew every year. Put in
Okay.
an application with the ABC, it gets checked out, and then by resolution, comes back to the board, to the council for approval.
Is that in here? I didn't see it. I might have missed it.
I don't know if that's in the resolution, because this resolution that you're passing tonight is only to authorize a notice to go out in the paper.
Got it.
Saying that we're accepting applications.
Thank
Those
you.
applications will then be received, clerk's office will then send those applications down to ABC, they'll be reviewed, and if they're okay, then they will be able to be reviewed by the council and adopted.
Thank you.
And what happens if we get 5 applications?
Then you have to, you could do one of two things. Either just pick one of the applicants that is the best suited application, out of the applications, or you could authorize the issuance of one of the other 2 licenses.
Okay.
And you're not, these licenses, you could also amend the ordinance to increase the licenses if you wanted to, because they're not capped by any particular number.
Any other questions, concerns, comments? Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock?
Yes.
Counselor Price Abrams absent. Counselor Russo?
Yes?
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes.
And Resolution 15 is a resolution accepting maintenance responsibility for the rapid flashing beacon at the intersection of Grove Street and Summit Avenue. very well.
Thank you, sir. And this next resolution, R-23-25, which is a resolution authorizing executive session without the public being permitted to attend in accordance with NJSA 10:4-12B. I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, thank you very much. We are moving into executive session. Thank you very much, everyone. All right, we're now out of executive session. Thank you very much. I'd like to move a resolution authorizing participation in the nationwide settlement agreement with the various entities here to resolve claims involving their roles in the country's opioid crisis, and I so move.
Second.
It's moved and seconded. Any questions, concerns, comments? Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock absent. Counselor Price Abrams absent. Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes, thank you. Next is a resolution authorizing the ending of the temporary administrative leave for Township Manager Tim Stafford. I so move.
Second.
Any questions, concerns, comments? Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock absent. Counselor Price Abrams absent. Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Last, and as we've noted regarding process every step of the way, and process included here, we've got a resolution adopting the preliminary resolution stating reasons for removal of the Township Manager Tim Stafford. I so move.
Second.
Questions, concerns, comments? Madam Clerk?
Counselor Cummings?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Hurlock absent. Counselor Price Abrams absent. Counselor Russo?
Yes.
Counselor Schlager?
Yes.
Counselor Yacobelis?
Yes.
Mayor Spiller?
Yes. Given the early hour, motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
So moved.
Aye.
Have a great night.